They'll say true cybersecurity comes with trade-offs, that you're either too small for enterprise-grade tech or lack the expertise to stay ahead. We're not buying it. Sophos gives you both. Cutting-edge AI that evolves with every threat, and expert threat hunters who don't miss a move. So don't settle. Get elite defense and expert offense all in one. It's win-win with Sophos.
Hi, I'm Michael Meshe. I have over 12 years experience in cybersecurity, machine learning, AI, and gaming. My focus in training is on artificial intelligence and machine learning, helping organizations and individuals figure out the best approaches for adopting AI. One of the biggest problems that this training helps to solve is figuring out how AI adoption can be done correctly. There's a lot of laugh and hype around AI being a magic bullet, which it isn't. Some of the challenges faced within the industry include, obviously, figuring out the right choice of models, figuring out the strategy around deployment, determining whether you are ready to be CapEx heavy or OpEx heavy, determining even if you want AI for efficiency gain, operational gain, whether it's going to be front-facing to your clients or something to work with internally. Because AI is a general-purpose technology, it's very hard to pick the right thing that will have the most benefit for your organization. Even aligning your AI strategy or your AI use cases to your own business strategies is also a common challenge within industry. This training, the AI masterclasses, actually seeks out to solve a lot of these challenges to help organizations come up with a sound roadmap around how to adopt this technology, a strategy towards its implementation, not just in terms of the technology, but also what changes need to be done within the organization, and beyond that, how to keep it sustainable. AI is an expensive endeavor, but cost savings and optimizations can be done to make it more favorable, and this training also helps with that. Previous trainings have actually been very successful. We've seen organizations come back and ask for more specializations, support in building their strategies, and even support in rolling out some of their use cases, validating their use cases, stress testing some of the ideas that they have. We've seen organizations move from about a year talking about AI to, in a few months, developing a strategy and actually working on their first MVP with AI. We encourage organizations to take up these masterclasses, both technical and non-technical experts, as these masterclasses help organizations figure out their AI adoption, their AI strategy, how to find ROI, and how to sustain AI in the long term.
ADG is a global strategic
securing the future in cloud, compliance, and innovation. This was 2025.
Cloud security should not be an afterthought, but a key consideration from the very start of digital transformation initiatives. Security by design must be the standard, ensuring that data protection, access controls, and compliance measures are embedded into cloud environments from the outset.
Protect.
Customers also want to know that they're working with a company that protects their data, that cares about its information, that's available when they need to engage with them. So increasingly important that you're also thinking about cybersecurity from the lens of how you can help a company achieve its objectives.
Some of the people who are actually ransomware actors in Kenya are actual Kenyans who are helping the ransomware actors in the other places.
Innovate.
Understand what your data is, what your crown jewels are, your critical data elements. Keep them within the locality, but everything else, look at solutions. It has to be innovation with compliance and security.
Or die.
We must work together to ensure that Africa's cloud transformation is secure, compliant, and resilient.
Protect, innovate, or die. It's great to see each and every one of you this morning. For day 2, you know what I'm about to do, right? If there's an empty seat in front of you, kindly scoot to the front. Yesterday, we were just under 300 people in person, and we had a host of others joining us online. The live link is on LinkedIn, and also on one of the links that the DX5 team had sent on emails. So I'd like you to move in front, so as people come in, they could fill out the back. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly, the next 30 seconds. Everyone here is VIP, right? There are no reserved seats. So do make your way to the front, if you don't mind, kindly. Even as we get started with the day, of course, the 2 days have been facilitated by fantastic sponsors who will keep reminding you to go check out their booths at the room on the other side when we are on our breaks. And really innovative stuff that people are doing out there, especially as we've continued to explore and understand the fact that we're digitizing and digitalizing services. It's becoming more and more important that we then see what solutions we can adopt to continue to innovate, to protect, but unfortunately also die if we don't follow through with some of the discussions that we are having. Again, we do have the events app. I mentioned that the events app is critical, not only for this event, but for others. It's also a point of networking, because with 300 people, just under 300 people in person, in as much as we did a bit of a know your neighbor thing yesterday morning, it's near impossible to actually meet everyone or every single person who could be of value to you. So make sure you download the events app, look at the list of attendees, book a meeting, and that can actually happen beyond the confines of our 2 days. We also have a subscription offer running for the DX5 magazine, for the CIO Africa magazine, and running all the way to Friday. If you sign up and subscribe, you'll actually get a massive discount. I think it's 30%. It's 30% off, and that runs all the way through to close of business tomorrow. Finally, as part of the DX5 ecosystem, they have a very big training agenda that covers everything from project management, upscaling executives and staff on matters AI, and also matters cybersecurity. So make sure to speak to the team about that as well. I mentioned, yes, we are streaming, so if you've got colleagues in the workplace, you might actually tell them, you know what, you can actually join remotely. If you're on LinkedIn, go to the CIO by DX5 page, and the live link will be there, and you can share that across with your colleagues and on your socials. Day one was quite something. I mean, a number of insights, and for day one, we were looking at the evolving role of cybersecurity across leadership and relationship between cyber risk, financial governance, and organizational strategy. And remember the good colonel who kept jumping on stage. He spoke to us about the evolving role of the CISO. And we imagined for a moment that what if, or is the true journey of the CISOs to CEO, right? Because every organization, again, underpinned by a second speaker, every organization plays in finance, right? Every organization is a finance business, and every organization is also a technology business. It therefore means that, by and large, if you're a CISO, you probably are best placed to actually lead the organizations, because it's about protecting the value that you have created. And Divine is one who walked us through from threats to strategy, looking at the CISO roadmap for digital Africa. And then, of course, we had a panel, and here we had a bit of an exchange about the United States of Africa. Mixed feelings in the room. After the fact, there are a lot more Afro-optimists. But we said, if we cannot agree to be unified and dissolve our borders, even inter-Africa trade is still very low, can we at least agree on some unified frameworks that are looking at cybersecurity? Because Africa is truly the next and the largest frontier. I don't know if there's anything happening in Antarctica, but Africa is truly the last frontier. From a talent perspective in our youth, from the trade that can be generated here, both within ourselves and with others. So how about we create a unified framework that protects that value? With a gentleman called Munyaka here, we're talking about land grabs. And we said we cannot blame, quote unquote, the Western world if there was an element of colonization in the past where they came and divided up our lands and divided us as people, hence no United States of Africa. But now there's a new land grab. It's a digital one. It's on our identities. It's on our digital resources. It's on our attention. We cannot blame them, or we cannot blame the ecosystem for seeing this value and wanting to come to extract it. We are the ones we have been looking for, and therefore we need to be leading the charge in terms of protecting what we have as value and actually exporting it out. We're the next largest market. We're the largest source of raw materials. We're the largest source of simple things like arable land. It may not have a dotted line to technology in the traditional sense, but remember we said every business is a technology business, and every business is a finance business. And then, of course, we had a presentation towards the end. It was one of the presentations by Copycat and their partnership. And we saw how people are even playing the long game. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was over lunch. We were having a discussion with some gentlemen, and we said, nation states have such a long game that you'll find that they're probably recruiting people in high school now with a clear trajectory for them to be employed in key institutions where they'll infiltrate from the inside. And remember we said one of the biggest challenges is insider threats. And they're waiting for this quantum reality to come. Whether we hit quantum computers generally available in 5 or 10 years, but they'll have planted people, or people have been planted, having a long game of collecting information, only to exploit it 10, 15 years later. How are we preparing for that possibility or that future? And that scares me somewhat, because some guys are thinking 2050. By the time Bogo is retiring, my replacement is in high school right now, and he's going to take over from wherever we'll have left off. It's a pretty scary reality there when you're looking at the long games. But of course, there's also some great news. What's the latest news in the sector? Anyone? Latest news in the sector? The conclusion of a massive acquisition. The Google acquisition of Waze just completed. A whopping $32 billion all-cash transaction of an Israeli cybersecurity startup. Quite an amazing journey because just a few years ago, Google made a bid of $23 billion, and the 4 founders rejected it. So apart from there being excellent pedigree in terms of what people are doing, in terms of independent studios, independent companies that are coming up, remember we kept saying that there's potential for an Africa-centric sort of cybersecurity concern. Here's a company that was started, I think it was 4 years ago, and has exited to one of the largest global technology companies. As a founder myself, I was looking less at the technology and more the payout, because the founders walked away with $9.2 billion. 4 founders, 10% each. So a great effect, even for a great benefit or a great exit, even for the investors who had put money there. So maybe a challenge to us. What are the little nuances we're looking at doing when we say we're infusing Africanicity, or we're infusing our own, I invite our own juju in the cybersecurity space to make us have really differentiated solutions that maybe will address the pain points of people like SMEs. So food for thought there, and great collaboration, great networking happening across yesterday. So day 2, we actually shift our focus and now start looking at the national concerns, looking towards national resilience and emerging threats such as AI-enabled attacks at a national level and ecosystem-level security challenges, including vendor risk and supply chain exposure. And again, series of keynotes, panels, and breakouts. There's a breakout session here, and the breakout session, I don't know how many of you made it to the second breakout session in the other room. So we maintain the same format this morning and through the rest of the day. So our first speaker today is a gentleman with over 10 years experience in the ICT sector, specializing, of course, in cybersecurity and digital forensics. He currently serves as a principal officer in charge of cybersecurity resilience at the Communications Authority of Kenya. That's the regulator for the ICT sector in the country. In this role, he continues to strengthen our cybersecurity coordination, including oversight of the national KE-CERT, which also serves as a cybersecurity operations center for the ICT and telecom sector in Kenya. He also chairs Working Party 3 on cybersecurity under the East Africa Communications Organization, supporting collaboration. Speaking to us on one person, many IDs, national identity as a security foundation, help me welcome on stage Francis Sitati. Karibu.
Hello? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Sati from Communications Authority, specifically the National CERT. I'm sure most of you have heard about it. And we also manage the national public key infrastructure. And my presentation is more. I think there's a problem with the mic. So my presentation will be on, the content looks like that. We'll have a look at the digital identity challenge in Kenya. Then we'll have a look at what is digital identity. When you think about digital identity, what do you think about? We'll have a look at our digital ecosystem across and why security matters. Then have a look at the fundamentals of PKI. Then we'll have an overview of Kenya's national public key infrastructure and how it enables secure digital identity. Then we'll have a look at how one person equals to one trusted identity. What are some of the implementation challenges? Then iterations, and we wind up. So, what are some of the digital identity? Well, we're seeing a situation where we have fragmented systems across government. You have your national ID, you have your passport, you have your KRA PIN, a social health authority identification. So we're seeing that we have different. I was asked to stand on the side. I hope you can see this. Okay. So that's better. So we're having a situation where our identities have been fragmented. I was saying that we have a national ID, we've had the Huduma number in the past, our passport, your KRA PIN, etc. Another challenge is identity theft and impersonation, and especially we are seeing this especially on the social media platforms and other digital platforms where either your account is taken over by a threat actor or somebody impersonates you, and either they use your identity to defraud members of the public, and this is especially common for example, for public personalities or for example, the politicians, etc., where threat actors impersonate the politicians to solicit for funds or other kinds of, commit other kinds of fraudulent activities. Also, we are seeing that there is a low integration between government systems where governments are not, or rather they're working in silos. So there is need for government to have a more collective arrangement in terms of how they collect and share information, and also the process of verification of data. Another challenge is issues of data privacy and protection. A lot of concerns about how our personal data is being used. I'm sure many of you have accessed the building, and the security at the entrance requested you to leave your ID number, your name, your telephone number, right? How is this data being used? The same case, you're going to transact mobile money and you're required to key in your details. So there are concerns about how this data is being used. Also, we are seeing a situation in our country where there still exists data exclusion. Some populations or some sections of the population don't have the same access of data as others. We talk about, at the authority, we talk about underserved and unserved areas. There are certain areas in the country which don't have the same level of internet access or access to ICT services as, for example, the urban centers. So another challenge that we're seeing is weak authentication and verification. There's need for systems to employ, for example, multi-factor authentication, where aside from your username and password, you're also integrating a third or fourth element to ensure that the verification process is better managed. And the solution of some of these challenges is a unified and secure identity framework to ensure that all the mechanisms are consolidated. So what is a digital identity? A digital representation of an individual or entity. For example, your eCitizen account or your KRA account, your name, your ID number, your telephone number, what we refer to as personally identifiable information. This is information that uniquely identifies you as an individual. Also, your digital identity could be seen to be a combination of unique identifiers, credentials, and personal attributes linked to a person or an organization. We talk about a KRA PIN. Your KRA PIN is linked to your tax records, for example. So it can provide an identity of you as a person and also an organization or a business. Also, a system that enables authentication and secure access to digital services and platforms. I've talked about the KRA system. We talked about eCitizen, where you log into the system, for example, the iTax system using multi-factor authentication. So you have details about your name or your email address, the password, and perhaps your phone number. Digital identity could also be considered to be a mechanism that supports trusted online transactions, interactions, and service delivery. For example, mobile money, you talk about M-Pesa, there's a voice verification that incorporates, for example, biometric. You heard about my voice is my password, right? That's one of the mechanisms in which could define digital identity. So looking at Kenya's digital ecosystem, various elements, this list is not exhaustive. So we have the e-citizen portal that brings together diverse government services online. iTax system, which is a platform for tax registration, tax filing, and compliance. NTSA teams for management of vehicle registration, application of driving license, etc. Also, the SASA portal that is basically land registration and management. Huduma centers, where basically they bring together government services across ministries, departments, and agencies, where you can walk in. It's basically a one-stop shop. So you walk into the Huduma and you can be served from, you can get services from almost all sections of government. Finally, we have the EGP process across the government. So why does security matter? Security matters because government platforms contain highly sensitive citizen data. You can imagine the kind of damage that would happen if any of the citizen platform would be hacked. The data is, I mean, it's just by accessing your e-citizen platform. There is need for us to take extra precaution when you are using, for example, mobile devices, because the mobile phone has become a very powerful and versatile device, such that you cannot afford to leave your mobile phone without security measures in place. We talked about also why security matters, because of digital identity theft and impersonation. As I mentioned, it is quite rampant on media platforms and other online platforms, and we're seeing more and more it happening on WhatsApp, where somebody would hack your account and perhaps solicit for money from your contacts. I'm sure you've seen that happening. So we require authentication mechanisms. I talked about multi-factor authentication for all our systems. And really, trust in digital government depends. You cannot buy trust. Trust can only be earned. If members of the public do not feel that a system is secure, it means they don't trust the system. So trust cannot be bought, it must be earned. So security is essential. Looking at some of the fundamentals of public key infrastructure. So what is public key infrastructure? It is a framework for secure digital communications. We talk about the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, authentication. And you also have a fourth element, non-repudiation. Confidentiality is about ensuring that only authorized parties have access to data. Integrity is about the data being free from alteration. Availability, ensuring that the data is available as and when it is required. And non-repudiation is about the fact that one cannot deny having made action. So PKI uses two key, what you call asynchronous cryptography, using a public key which is accessible to the public, and a secret key that only you as a user have access to. So PKI enables digital certificates, and your digital certificate is what enables you to sign your to sign your documents, or to make those online transactions. So how does the Kenya's national public key infrastructure look like? So as communication authority, our role is, we play the role of a root certification authority. That means we license entities that provide digital certificates to the end user, and you also regulate. So it's a chain of trust, where you have the root certification authority at the top level, then you have certification authorities below that, then you have your end user. user. An analogy I would give to bring it closer home, you have the 254, right, which is the country. Everybody in Kenya uses a plus 254. Below that, you have your mobile network operator, whichever it may be. So the next 3 digits would belong to your mobile network operator. Then you, as an end user, the 6 digits would uniquely identify your SIM card. So similarly, the PKI, we have the root at the top. Then the next level will be your certification authority. Then you, as an end user, would be issued with a digital certificate that you would use for your online transactions. So the framework, we have also licensed the ICT authority as a government certification authority. So the ICT authority is rolling out digital certification services across the public sector. The framework also includes privately owned certification authorities, which can roll out digital certification services in both government as well as private sector. So for purposes of the legal and licensing framework, these certification authorities are known as Electronic Certification Service Providers, or ECSPs. By the Kenya Information Communications Act, Section 83C, where it mandates CA to become the root certification authority, or to play the role of the root certification authority. How does NPKI enable secure digital identity? Digital certificates uniquely identify you as an individual, because there's known as registration authorities. So you, as an end user, when you need a digital certificate, what you do is that you'd walk into a registration authority with your passport, with your ID, telephone number, and based on the attributes that you'll provide, you'll be issued with a digital certificate. So the digital certificate will uniquely identify you, the end user, in the cyberspace. Also, PKI ensures that encryption protects sensitive communications. I talked about CIA, non-repudiation, and digital signatures validate your transactions, and also the PKI allows identity verification across multiple systems. So you can have one digital certificate, but you use it to transact across various systems in the cyberspace. So the question of one person, one identity, one trusted identity. We're seeing a situation where we'll have a unique digital certificate for each individual. Each individual can have multiple digital certificates, but each digital certificate, you will uniquely identify one individual. So you cannot have 2 citizens having the same digital certificate. Also, we're looking integration across multiple government systems, where you can use your digital certificate to access your e-citizen, to make an M-Pesa transaction, to access the Ardhisasa platform, etc. So it prevents identity duplication, issues of identity theft, impersonation, etc. And generally, it improves service delivery and security because of reduced incidents of fraud, reduced incidents of impersonation, and generally cyber resilience of the ecosystem. So what are some of the implementation challenges that you're seeing? As I mentioned before, interoperability across government systems. One of the issues we're experiencing across government is the existence of legacy systems. These are systems that are beyond the end of life. So a challenge with legacy systems is that they don't have support. You're not able to get support of these systems. And also another challenge is that integration of legacy systems with newer systems is a challenge because of obvious security gaps. Also, privacy and data protection concerns, that's also an issue. I know the ODPC has made it a requirement for organizations to have a data protection officer. They need to acquire data controller, data processor certifications for your organization. So there are still gaps. Many organizations have not fully embraced the need to acquire these certifications and appoint DPAs. Also, infrastructure and operational costs. As you may know, deploying PKI is a very expensive affair because those systems are the hardware is quite expensive. The trainings are going to the personnel, ensuring that the personnel are of the right skills, very expensive. And also, and that's the reason why you see, for example, within the country, a lot of the applicants who come to the authority to get this certification are actually foreign entities because the operational and infrastructure costs are quite prohibitive. The thing is, many people do not understand what PKI is across the public. Even for technical people, there's still a gap in terms of public trust and also a creating of awareness across the public, seeing the value of having secure transactions. They still need more and more, there's need for us to sensitize members of the public about the importance of having your transactions being secure. So what are some of the considerations? You'd call them future considerations or current considerations. There's need to integrate PKI in mobile transactions. As I mentioned earlier, the mobile phone is integral to our life, in modern lifestyle, because you have your mobile money, you have your email, you have your mobile banking. So there's need to integrate PKI in mobile transactions. Also, we're looking to have identity verification supported by blockchain technologies, digital identity frameworks. Last year we had 2 years ago, we had the Kenya Public Key Infrastructure Forum that was hosted by CA, and arising out of that, the Africa PKI Forum was born. So the Africa PKI Forum aims to bring together countries within the continent to talk about issues of standardization with regard to PKI, also how we can synergize and come up with a consortium in Africa so that we can negotiate. Because when you look at Europe, when you look at Asia, they have their consortiums, and that gives them leverage that they can say that these are the standards that we've established within our region. So if we're engaging with another region, we need to speak at this level. And finally, integration with financial ecosystems, your iTax, your mobile banking, and others. So in conclusion, NPK forms the security backbone of digital identity due to its nature of ensuring confidentiality, integrity, availability, and non-repudiation. And secure digital identity enables because of reduced incidents of identity theft, impersonation, etc. Unified identity because it would be faster delivery of public services and more secure public services. So Kenya's digital future depends on strong identity security. So I'm seeing that my time is up. Allow me to stop there. Thank you for listening to me.
Asante sana, Abwana Sitati. I remember conversations as far back as 2013, 2015, when the PKI conversation was, and I think it was, we had the big companies. I think it was either Samsung or other Korean companies that were looking at deploying PKI infrastructure in the country. And of course, there's a lot of local interest. And you can see how quickly it happens, right? This is 10 years later. Because my question as you're doing the presentation is like, I just noted here, is this thing actually live? And what I had you mention is that at least ICTA the ICT authority is already doing that for government entities. And I'm curious why government entities and not just everyone, because again, yesterday we were having a conversation around how do we amortize the cost of these technologies, where you've got a parastatal or a government entity that is deploying these solutions. Why not just extend that downstream to the entire supply chain? Because I had personal interest in being a root certificate issuer, but then there was not much guidance on that. But now you're saying it's only foreign organizations that are applying because of the cost. And we open today saying there's a new land grab. And we cannot blame people for seeing the opportunity that we are sitting on. And I don't know, do you know what some benchmark numbers? Like what's the investment on that? Couple of 100 million. What's your identity worth? What's our identity? What's the worth of the identity of, say, 50 million Kenyans? What's that worth? If you just see how much we transact on something like M-Pesa and their transaction charge is somewhere there, what's it worth? And is it worth us coming and thinking through maybe consortiums that can raise the funds to deploy that technology ourselves? I remember I engaged with the CA as well. I remember one time going through a licensing process, and it's the CID that showed up at the office to actually verify that you're who you say you are, who's your mother, who's your father, where do they live? And I'm like, oh my God, what is all this? But they're like, no, anything communication is a matter of national security. So if you're talking about powering intra-Africa trade and using PKI infrastructure to then give digital identities, can we have a foreign company as the person holding the digital identities, verifiable digital identities of Africans? Again, we are the ones we have been looking for. We are the ones who need to think through some of these innovations and have the really difficult conversations around it. There's one particular feature that I would have loved to have on the PKI infrastructure, and I call it the lookup notification. Right now, there's probably an organization that has looked up your data. But do you know? You don't. It would be fantastic if I'm then connecting all my digital certificates to this one identity. When I'm at the hospital, let the government or let whoever else will be having that information tell me, Bogwa, Hospital X has requested to access your information. Yes or no? And I can say yes or no. Because again, there are people collecting data on you, yet you're absolutely blind to it. It may be your landlord. You want to move into Kitusuru. You want to check that utakuwa mtusumbua. They are checking up and then it should say, Mbogwa, so-and-so is looking up your data. And I can say reject or I can say accept. And that gives us power to then say, if it's going to sit in one place, I better know what's going on. So I mean, this is a fantastic start to the follow-up conversation that we're going to be having. That's going to be led by a gentleman who has served as a CIO across several industries, supporting organizations in strengthening their technology strategy and security posture, with expertise cutting across information security, data privacy, and governance of digital systems. Leading the panel that's looking at cybersecurity as national infrastructure and why government resilience determines risk, help me welcome on stage Francis Mwangi, Group Head IT Security and Infrastructure at the Platcorp Group. Karibu, Francis. Speak was also called Francis. So as they're fixing this, maybe it's a joke that some people might not get here. So is it F2?
Why do we have
tongue in cheek. But maybe you could, even as he's trying to fix your audio. And this thing about technology, it works yesterday, it works on your laptop. But when you get on stage, when you go to production, it does its thing. Check, he's pinging. Then who changed the servers yesterday? Who changed the batteries? Yeah. Resilience.
All right, okay. Mic check. Yes, we're on now. Bogwa, I think they're called demagogues. That's what we refer to them.
They are true that.
When you think everything's going to work well. But good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good to see all of you, and Sitati, good to see you after a couple of years. So, interesting conversations that we've been having since yesterday and into today, and especially about digital identities with Sitati. But for our conversation, I want to call on stage a few gentlemen who are going to be helping me with this discussion that we're going to be having today about government resiliency when it comes to cybersecurity. And these gentlemen that I'm going to be calling up on stage are distinguished gentlemen who will help me on this conversation. And the first person I'm going to be calling up is, we've got Michael Etale. Michael, are you around from ABSA? The CISO at ABSA. Michael Etale, karibu sana. Let's give him a hand as he comes. We've also got Dennis Moridi from Sophos. Dennis, you're here. Karibu sana. We also have Javi. Javi, are you around? Javi Sijenyi from Eclectics. Yes, welcome, Javi. Javi, I like your shirt. You need to plug me and tell me where you got that from. Huh? And then finally, from Group IB, we've got Islam Ahmed be joining us on stage. So let's give them another round of applause. Sorry. So, gentlemen, welcome to the stage. We're just about to delve into an interesting discussion. And I think from yesterday's presentations and into today, we want to just dissect this a bit further. And before I even do that, let me just give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves, right from Javi, coming this way.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
When you were coming to this particular place, which road did you use? Did it have tarmac, or was it a maram, or did it have cabros? So that's the conversation we are talking about today, that the road that you use determines the infrastructure that you have around you. So just check, was it tarmac? That's enough firewall, but zero security implementation. My name is Javi Sijenyi from Eclectics. I'm in charge of security and infrastructure.
Javi has decided to become a philosopher this morning. But thank you, Javi. Karibu sana.
Yeah, and my name is Dennis Moridi, responsible for solution engineering in Sophos, East Africa, and CIS region.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Islam Ahmed. I'm a regional sales manager for Group IB. Actually, this is my first event here in Kenya. So I do appreciate the attendance. I do appreciate the topics. And it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you, and karibu.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Michael Etale, Absa Bank CISO. My job is simple, to protect the money and the customer data. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, as we get into it this morning, how many of you are here tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. I'm moving way ahead of myself. How many of you were here yesterday morning for the session? How many of you listened to a presentation by the director from NC4, Colonel Dr. James Kimuyu? Now, there are a couple of interesting things that popped out from his presentation that kind of, piqued my curiosity and interest. Now, he mentioned that Africa's population is approximately 1.5 billion people, and 75% of that is, the population is below 35 years. And then, in terms of ICT and mobile sector, we have experienced a rapid growth of about 220 billion. That's 7.7% of the GDP. And this is projected to grow by 270 billion by 2030, in the next 3-4 years. Now, on top of that, he also did mention that locally, Kenya's population is at 56.4 million, but with a median age of 20 years. So what does that mean? Those are who? Gen Zs mostly, yeah? And then the booming ICT sector and mobile sector has a penetration of about 145% with over 76 million subscriptions. Actually, smartphone penetration is at 83.5%. But here is the clincher, or here's the clincher for me. You guys, globally, are number one when it comes to social media. You're the most active nation on social media, with about 5 hours and 10 minutes daily, compared to the global average of approximately 2 hours. Do you want to clap for yourselves? You don't want to clap for yourselves. You're leading, yeah? But that says a lot. It means that our data is out there, isn't it? Because we are on all these social media sites. We are on all of these platforms, so our data is out there. And coming closer home, we've experienced a lot of cyber threats in the recent past. In November of 2025 last year, we had a couple of government websites that were defaced. You guys remember that, yeah? Including Kenya Police, DCI, yeah? And before that, there was eCitizen and BRS, the compromise, okay? In as much as we are told that there was no data leak, okay? Now, bringing it closer home, I'd like to now jump into the conversation and come to you, Javi, because you're coming from Eclectics International. In your view, yeah, Javi, do you think that because of the recent incidents that we've had, are we treating cybersecurity as critical national infrastructure yet, as Kenya? Is the government treating cybersecurity as a priority?
That's a great question, Francis. And when I was looking at the government critical infrastructure as defined by KSAT as well, and I was just comparing the notes with other countries, and I will mention one that is our very good friend that we are looking forward to look like. And when I was checking at our national infrastructure, we had 9 key critical infrastructure as a country, compared to South Africa, which had 12. The UK had 13. And this one was based on the frameworks that they used in defining this. And I'll go to our friend Singapore, which had 11 infrastructure. I didn't mention Singapore, I said Singapore. Yeah. So now, as a country, we've come from very far, whereby now these attacks were there. Previously, they were there. The only thing that has changed is that how they are being orchestrated and the kind of mechanism that they are being used and the tools that are being utilized are the different. If you check previously, when we used to send, let me say, messages to our parents back then, we used to send them through poster. They are being transported using the envelopes. You transport it through Easy Coach. 3 days later, the message has arrived. But along the way, you could realize that that message could be opened, and they realized that inside the message, there were additional information in form of notes. So the message will go, but the notes will not go. So that was the kind of attack that was being used back there. But right now, the kind of attacks that we are seeing as a country is that even before that message arrives to you in milliseconds, there's already a middleman in between who's trying to masquerade and interpret that message in a way that it will favor him or not. So checking on that is that we've moved from a very far place and we are going very far, because I know Silicon Valley is the destination. His Excellency gave us a framework that we need, sold us the idea that Singapore as an infrastructure, but he gave us a leeway as the IT technocrats that because the kind of attacks that we are getting are diverse. So I'll leave you to go through the Silicon Valley, and then you meet us up at where we are. So using that information is that whatever we are having right now as a country, we have tried to adopt the kind of technology that we need and we desire to have, but we are not there yet. Because right now, if I ask you, check on your systems, the kind of pings, the kind of requests that are coming in from the unwanted guys that we call the bad guys, literally, is quite enormous, that if we don't have the infrastructure that will detect these attacks in real time, then we will end up losing everything that we have or we desire to have. So we have the infrastructure, we are building up on the infrastructure that we are having, but there is still a long way to go, and we will soon be there.
Thanks, Harvey. We're still a long way to go. We've put the building blocks in place, but there's still a long way to go. There's a lot to be done. Let me switch over to you, Dennis, because you're coming from the vendor side of things. And when we talk about, cyber disruptions, I think all of you are familiar with what's going on in the Middle East with the Iranian and Israeli and US conflict. You may have come across a feature on one of the media stations about how the Israelis were able to infiltrate the traffic surveillance cameras in Tehran. And that's how they were able to tell, monitor the movements of his security detail, get data about where they live, what their addresses are, who do they protect, where do they park every day, and slowly built data about these people and used AI to be able to now mine this data. And by the time they were actually doing the actual strike, they had built a lot of data. So we can see warfare has moved away from just tanks and ships and rockets to now, we're now digital. Warfare is being fought on the digital, war is being fought on the digital front. But locally, Dennis, in your view, which are the sectors that you're really seeing heavily affected when it comes to, vulnerabilities towards cyber disruption? What have you seen?
Thank you for that question. So I think if I was to answer it straight up, the sectors that have personal information are the most targeted, right? So because what attackers want, so looking at even other countries like Ukraine also, which is one of the countries I support. So we find that when we run counter-threat unit reports for those countries, the key infrastructures attackers are looking for is infrastructures with personal information. Banking is still at the top, but unfortunately for them, banks have adopted most of the security solutions because they are forced to do it, right? Yeah. So they target the small players, right? Like manufacturing, right? You will be surprised. All of us here, for example, use Velvex, right? It is manufactured. You have interacted with the company at some point. So the idea of them targeting the manufacturing sector, the hospital, that is health sector, right? 100% targeted by attackers because these are sectors that do not have any procedures when it comes to detection and response. So they'll always go for the small players to target the big players, okay? The government stands at the top of the chain again. So I think the reason they target governments mostly is because governments have taken security as an afterthought. So if a bank is adopting a solution today, right, or Safaricom is adopting a solution today, they'll first take security first, right? What kind of security is here? Those kind of questions. But when we are doing it from an hospital perspective, manufacturing, government, they'll do the opposite, which is we'll implement the system and then secure it later. So it's more of a reactive option on this angle. It's a more proactive option on this angle. So when we talk, actually the idea is banks are most targeted, but it's the opposite. The people who are targeted are the small players.
Okay.
Yeah, if we talk, like, for example, about ransomware attacks, in East Africa alone, I've interacted with 70 incidences. I can assure you, all those 80% of them, only I think one bank was involved and it was just a circle. Okay. So they will always go for the small players because they need a lot of data and they are easy targets for attackers. Okay. Because the thing with attacking is, or the activist groups or the attack groups, they want to hit where they cannot be discovered, right? So that is where they always target. The small players are interconnected into the big players. So if we have to hit the big players, we go for the small players. So no one is safe, to be honest. No one is safe. That's the truth.
Interesting, Dennis. So government is more reactive, has a reactive approach towards cybersecurity, and private sector will be more proactive, is what we're saying. And so then to you, Islam, you're also coming from the vendor side of things. And from the presentation that we had yesterday from NC4, there was a figure given there of about 4.6 billion threats reported between October and December of last year. That's in Kenya, okay? Now, looking at what Dennis has said about the reactivity instead of the proactivity of government, what then does government have the capacity then to be able to deal with these 4.6 billion threats, even from the perspective of just monitoring? And I'm even just thinking about, you know, the kind of personnel that they need internally, even if it's just from a SOC perspective. The SOC analysts will be able to review all of these threats, to triage them, to be able to identify which ones are critical, which ones are not critical, and just be able to improve their posture from that perspective. And if they do not have the capacity, how then can you guys coming from the vendor side partner with government to be able to help out in that area? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great topic to tackle right now because I would like to say always, cybersecurity is a mindset. Cybersecurity is a life cycle for every person, for every entity, for every organization. It's not only being a catching product or training or whatever. Why it's a life cycle and mindset? Because right now we can see from the current geopolitical situation happening in the Middle East that the cybersecurity has a massive impact during the war status. Right now, the cybersecurity, it changes the game for the war. The war is not only drones, rockets, troops on ground, whatever. Cybersecurity right now targeting the high people who is the decision makers, which is coming actually from nation state. And nation state here, which we are expressing about nation state that he want to target this country. If it's secured, I will knock another door. I will knock another door. I will fetch everything to just till I get in as a cybersecurity nation state. So as a cybersecurity, we have to consider it from different perspectives. Not only from one angle, it should be 360. And once you want to have this 360 overview about any of cybersecurity, you have to understand your threat landscape. What is the threat landscape? You are here in Kenya. What enemy could be targeting Kenya? Even the financial sector, even the government sector, internally or externally. You have to draw your own threat landscape. And this threat landscape may differ from the private sector to the government sector, definitely. Because the one who is doing threats into the government, someone who's dedicated. Maybe for the financial sector, it's just the fraudsters. But just the fraudster here is not a minor one. Maybe is actually doing that to steal money. So the motive here is different. And to understand the motive, you have to draw your own landscape for every organization. The country itself have to do it. Every organization have to do it. And to be able to do it, you have to understand what enemy could be there. From intelligence perspective, you have to draw it by your own. You have to understand what is going on the globe. So let us focus in Kenya, then let us know the trend landscape in East Africa, then in Africa, then in our region. So it's just from zooming in to zoom out. Once you have this visibility and this intelligence information, you will be able to identify what is the pain you have, what is there. Because some of the militaries, for example, it's just doing a lot of deals with air defense. However, the main enemy on borders coming through tanks and the troops. So you are investing on the wrong direction. So right now, we have to understand what is the threat landscape, which has led us actually to this huge number of campaigns and phishing campaigns and incidents, because we, as a Group IB, we are doing incident response worldwide. And we have done it actually last year is something called Campaign Serenity with AfriPol. And we do it across Africa in, I think, 6 or 7 countries, including Kenya. And this fraudsters campaign is still about $97.5 million from entities across Africa. And we have been able to identify them as a cyber criminals. Why? How can we do it? By knowing the threat actors' motive and know the threat landscape for every country. So threat landscape is crucial, one, to know, to identify, to work on it. Because once you know it, you will know your gaps.
Thank you, Islam. Indeed, understand the threat landscape, and also just, have visibility, because monitoring is important. You can't protect what you don't know. Coming to you, Michael, of course, you're coming from the banking space. And what we're now trying to see is it important? How important is it operating from this sector? How important is it for you that government infrastructure remains resilient? How would that affect you negatively if government infrastructure is not resilient? And maybe you could tie up this with how private sector can now partner with government to make national infrastructure, secure and resilient.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I don't think we realize how tightly integrated we are with the government infrastructure. Yeah. So I'll give some examples. We have the national payment systems, without which the banks can't operate. The EFT and so on, and the SWIFT. We have the national identity systems, IPRS, which we use to be able to validate and authenticate during onboarding of customers. We have the internet, reliance on the telcos and ISPs for internet. Almost everything we are running relies on the internet. If you look at your Microsoft 365 environments, for example, it's on the internet. If you look at your cyber security operations, a lot of the SIEMs and the EDRs are moving to managed detection and response, MDRs. So if you look at like CrowdStrike, for example, they have managed detection and response where they have SOC analysts sitting outside the country giving their expertise to you by monitoring your environment. So what happens when your internet is down? You would lose the visibility. You don't have that capability from those analysts. What if you're relying on Microsoft Sentinel, for example, as your SIEM? It's basically cloud-based. Again, if that goes down and you have a local attacker, attacking your environment, you're blind on that from that spot. So basically, that internet infrastructure, shared infrastructure, is super critical to the operations we are running. If we also look at, the SMS and reliance on telcos, for those who are still using OTP, and by the way, should be moving to in-app authentication, those are subject to things like SIM swap fraud, or even SS7 attacks, diameter attacks within the telco, where SMSs can actually be rerouted or a copy made to the attacker on the network without it having any reliance on your device. So just to summarize, it's pretty. We are really reliant on the national infrastructure. We're tightly coupled, and we have to work together. Now, to your second question is basically how can we work together with the government, between private and public. So I think one of the things is you have to realize that private enterprises are really in the front lines of this war. We are the ones who see those attacks first. We are the ones who have to respond quickly, even before the regulatory bodies or the government becomes aware of them. We are the ones who are busy in the dark web doing threat intelligence, trying to find out whether our customers' data has been leaked there. And we are the ones who would find that out quickly. So the collaborations and sharing it in a good way. You know, the regulators, sometimes they come to us with a stick instead of coming to us with a partnership. So it's always enforce, and you can't do this and you can't do that. I think that needs to change. It needs to be a collaboration whereby when an incident happens in my organization, I feel free. The first person I'm thinking of is you know, the regulator and the agencies, so that they can help me track down these people in Mulot or these people wherever they're operating from. And I know that I will be assisted end to end up to prosecution of these people who are attempting to attack my organization. Secondly, you find that private enterprises are usually the early adopters of technology. So if there's something new, whether it's EDR, whether it's incorporating AI into our defense operations, they'll be right there at the front line. So, and unfortunately for government, usually they play catch up. But I think that's changing. So, you know, the government can learn a lot from the private sector, especially from vendors. You know, vendors can take all these cybersecurity vendors, they can help upskill the government security teams so that they better understand what are the challenges that the companies are facing and what are the latest threats that are out there, and how can we better help organizations such as the one I work for, ABSA, to better put in place security operations that work for the people, work for the company, and are robust. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Michael. Indeed, government has been playing catch up, and I think you've said it rightly. They need to stop coming with the approach of, you know, we're coming to punish you vis-a-vis, we want to partner with you to make this better. So I can see our time is almost up, but a burning question before we do the final round. Any burning question from the audience for any of our panelists? Okay, yes, there is a question somewhere. Yes, there's a question here. Please tell us your name, your organization, and then the question.
Good morning. My name is Henry from Mwalimu National, DT Sacco. My question is to Michael. Interesting that anytime they are facing an attack, he would run to the regulator. Interesting. Most times we would not want even the regulator to get a wind of what's happening. I would want to know how CBK, I believe is your regulator, is supporting you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the CBK has set up the BSOC, and we are now engaging quite closely with them. It's taking more of the carrot approach rather than the stick approach. So I think it's a positive direction. We are sharing threat intelligence with them and their programs that are running to streamline and kind of automate that. Many enterprises, and what used to happen before is that you would fear going to the regulator to report because, you know, there is likely going to be penalties. associated with that and that kind of enforcement. But I think through the leadership of Eunice, who heads up the BSOC, that is changing. We've found that she's actually quite, the BSOC is now engaging closely with banks, fighting with banks, fighting for banks. Yeah, not fighting with banks. You know, and helping us also engage with other regulatory bodies like the CA. Which we have also some directives and engagements from that end. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I think just adding up on top of what Dennis is saying, I'm also in the PSP industry, and the day we did stop looking at it as somebody just coming to do a penalty on us, but somebody who's trying to help us enforce it, because in most scenarios you'll realize that the late failure to report the incidences is what makes you to incur the penalty section. So the day that we will realize and report these incidences in real time within the stipulated time threshold that they've given us, it will help us know that they are here to assist us rather than they are here to penalize us on each and every step that we take or each and every mistake that happens on our side.
Yeah. Thank you, Harvey. Now, as we conclude, just a very quick, some very quick comments from you guys, starting from Harvey coming this way. What do you think should be our top priority, cybersecurity priority, in the next couple of years as a country?
I think as a country, right now, our most priority should not be just coming up with laws. We already have the laws. Yeah. It is now trying to enforce the resilience. We have the critical structures that needs to operate. So the biggest question we need to ask ourselves as a country is that, can those critical infrastructure operate beyond the attacks? Can the services be available? So where I think in the next coming years is trying to build resilience, not only resilience to infrastructure, but also building a people that are resilient to the nature of attacks that are happening. Because they say you are just as strong as
the weakest link.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harvey. Dennis?
I think given that governments have regulators, we have to accept that. Yeah. Regulators have to make it a safe space for the companies to actually show their face in terms of cybersecurity. Also, we need to heighten our levels of security. I think we are focused too much on protection, honestly, and or controls, as I would call it. I think it's time we move progressively into detection and response in the long run. I do understand a lot of regulators are putting this in place, but the silo approach is also not working very well. So they have to be able to progress from what we have believed, make it, and also try to revise these regulations at least even a quarter or 6 months, not 15 years. I think I saw one that is 17 years old. Going forward, that is my patching. But of course, collaboration with vendors is very important as well.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, Eslam and then Michael.
Yeah, I would like to say here the most common of all enterprises, even though it's a private or government, it's a triangle: people, process, and technology. Maybe the entire enterprise investing in technology, however, the people don't know how to operate it and how to maximize the benefits. So I will quote something from Mr. Dennis, that the process here should be motivated by the intelligence, not by compliance. So once you are investing in people for the capacity planning, for training for them, and do the right process and draw the right processes for everything with technology to get the maximum benefits, so you close the triangle itself, and that's why you can actually be able to understand everything regarding from technology perspective, from people perspective, for this capacity planning, for their knowledge, and actually from process perspective. Once we did it, it should be driven by intelligence, not by compliance.
of the things we, nationally we need to prioritize is defense against nation-state actors. Today, are we sure that if we were attacked by North Korea, North Korea keeps hacking international banks, for financial gain, and they are nation-state hacker, they probably have unlimited resources. If the person targeting you has more resources than you, most likely they are going to be able to breach you. So then you have to rely on your government, because your government is the one that would have the kind of resources to counter such an attack. So can we, I think that's the direction we need to take. Also, for example, if it's Russia is known to, to use wiper malware, for example. Can we defend against that? Are we ready for that if that time were to come? So as a country, that's where we need to also be able to put our priorities. Nation-state actor defense.
Thank you. And you have been clear to say that it's not wiper the party, yeah? Yeah, so wiper malware, yeah. So gentlemen, Harvey, Dennis, Islam, Michael, thank you so much. It's been an amazing panel, and I wish we had more time. But ladies and gentlemen, that's our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys, a quick photo. As they take their photo off, one for the gram. I have an example, and I'll keep trying to use examples from our own markets. We know, for example, in Kenya we have e-Citizen, and it was a point of conversation yesterday. And building on that, and just saying, if government is supposed to provide some sort of protective layer, at what level do they provide that protective layer that covers the widest surface? And for me, this particular one, I combined maybe one of the key authorities. It's a tax authority. So could you imagine this in the case of Kenya, if you needed to register a business, you go to e-Citizen, you apply, and as you apply, you have your phone number, you have your email, you make your payment, and they approve your business name or your company name. On the other hand, you have a tax authority that also wants to maximize the amount of tax they collect from you. If you're looking at cybersecurity as national infrastructure, would it not make sense to then, yesterday we saw examples of how easy it is to even have some of these solutions embedded in the most primitive of business things, which is something like email, right? Because even to open your account to get your business certificate, you require an email. Would it not be nice that as soon as you're done with your business or company registration, and you're creating your email, that at a government level, like I said, they've got the budget to be able to buy X number of seats in the hundreds of thousands that they can then give to business owners as a default as value-added services to say we are now also protecting you right out of the block. So that even as you start receiving business emails, as you start receiving a lot of these other communications, and working, say, with Kenik that does the hosting, most of us are already transitioning to whether it's Google Workspace or Microsoft 365, that it's already embedded, and the value-added service that you receive from government as an enabler is cybersecurity protections. Because if the SI unit of infiltration is the weakest link, it means your mom and pop shop that then gets online becomes the easiest attack vector. So can we now start thinking a bit more proactively again about how do we trickle down the capabilities of these solutions? Because most of them are not accessible from my financial standpoint. Am I going to start thinking about paying for an email protection solution when I've just started my business? Highly unlikely. So once again, let's have these running conversations and see how government can also become an enabler. And this example can actually be taken up by other, for example, tax authorities. Create the business operating systems that enable small and medium-sized businesses, because the big boys and girls kind of like you have your CISOs, you've got your CTOs, you've got your CIOs, but the smaller organizations that plug into supply chain don't. And we need to plug that gap. Just before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to remind you of a great event that's also coming up in the near future, and this is the Connected Africa Summit, and that's going to be held in Nairobi at the Edge Convention Center. And of course, there is an early bird offer on that. So again, looking at connecting some of these conversations, that's the Connected Africa Summit. Lots of government regulators, lots of government representation there, as well as public and private sector players. Do make a point of looking at the agenda items, and hopefully we'll also get to see you there. Our next speaker has extensive experience in enterprise technology and digital systems, specializing in application integration, APIs, and IT automation. He currently serves as a head of practice application integration at Envision Global, where he leads initiatives that support organizations in modernizing systems, improving operational efficiency, and enabling digital transformation. Earlier in his career, he also worked at IBM, where he contributed to the design and deployment of integration and automation solutions for banks and financial institutions across the region. Speaking to us about keeping secrets, secure credentials, tokens, and encryption keys across your entire environment, help me welcome on stage Alan Odera. Karibu.
Thank you, Mbugu. Good evening, everyone. I think we're still in the morning section. Yeah. So my name is Alan Odera. I lead the application integration practice at Envision Global. So I guess some may be asking, why am I at a CISO event? But basically, these are things that, when we talk about application integration and system integration, security is something that comes. It's quite important, right? And it needs to be top of mind, even as we are doing, whatever integration projects that we are doing. For today, I'll be talking about, secrets. And basically, when we talk about secrets, or maybe before I get to that, so Envision Global basically is an IT services provider. So we are based here in Nairobi, and we, offer IT services across not only application integration, but cybersecurity, data analytics, and also around cloud services, right? So for today, I'll be talking about secrets, and basically when we talk about secrets, we are looking at any information that is basically sensitive, any piece of sensitive data, and this would normally relate to around identity and access management, right? So getting into it, when we're looking at market trends, what exactly is happening in the market currently, right? So for most, or for some of you here in the room, I'm sure that you'll find that a lot of changes are happening around your IT environments and where they sit, right? So there's a shift, of course, from the more traditional having things on-prem, but now we are having a sprawl whereby you have some things on-prem and other things running in the cloud. And of course, with that proliferation, I think even the earlier speakers were talking about some of these cloud services that we use even in the enterprise currently. Of course, there is a lot of tools. And when we have these tools and we use them, that also means that we are increasing your attack surface, right? So those threat actors have a wider, area in which they can, access you from. And of course, at the same time, invest in regulatory scrutiny. So I think the previous panel has also just spoken about this, and how the regulators, what they can do to assist you. But of course, they are the ones who have, the stick. I think there was someone, I think it was Michael who mentioned, it's more of a carrot right now, but when things get bad, they come with a stick, right? So you need to ensure that basically, you can be able to enforce or at least stay within the compliance bit. And of course, continuing with what is happening currently around the market, we find that, of course, we have a lot of growth around non-human entities, right? Some of you in your organizations may be using things around robotics, You may be having things around AI agents. You may be finding yourselves that you use a lot of microservices, right? All these things, in fact, according to some studies, actually outnumber human actors in your enterprise or in your organization, right? So you may find that you have a lot of service accounts that do various different things, which are used by various systems, and you may find that you do not have a clear visibility around what exactly those service accounts, for example, which is one of the more common things that happen in an enterprise, when systems want to communicate with each other and identify themselves, right? And you don't have clear visibility around how they work, what applications are using them, and so on and so forth. For human actors, it is a bit easier. It is a bit easier to regulate. Again, you'll find that in your things around, identity and access management systems for, your staff, or you may find that you have privileged access management systems. But then what about the machines? What about the systems, right? So that is one of the areas. Again, so there's a lot of autonomous systems across different environments, and as I've said, hybrid is the new normal, right? Where you have certain systems on-prem, others on cloud. And of course, couple that with things around agentic AI, which is of course one of the latest hot topics, then you find that it becomes even more difficult to enforce the last point around regulatory and ethical scrutiny, right? So still maintaining yourself within the compliance bit, and also looking at how, especially with the advent of AI, how those AI systems make decisions, right? You need to have auditability around, how those AI systems are making the decision-making, how compliant they are with their policies, and of course, how they access sensitive systems, right? So these are some of the challenges that, of course, any modern enterprise or modern organization would face. How do you safeguard? Essentially, these are not new challenges in a certain way. They are the traditional challenges. With the advent of, the larger attack surface, it becomes harder to protect sensitive data in systems, right? The other challenge is around how do you set and enforce identity-based security policies, right? So the decentralization, remember, like we've said, you have certain systems on-prem, others on cloud. You may have more than one data center if you're running them yourselves. For high availability, you may have different systems running in different areas. That decentralization, much as it does improve things around, your availability and so on, it also brings a lot of complexity, which is costly, and scaling is also quite challenging. And of course, compliance is still there. So to meet these challenges, of course, you need a solution that will be able to secure based on least privilege, right? So basically here we are looking at how do you grant the minimum level of identity-based access so that that system or that individual can then be able to carry out their tasks as required, right? How then do you also centralize and automate secrets lifecycle? And secrets here, of course, like I've mentioned, is any information or data that is of a sensitive nature. This can be anything from credentials, API keys, certificates, etc., right? So how then do you centralize and automate that lifecycle? And finally, how do you scale, right? So scaling is, of course, another thing that any modern enterprise is really looking at, right? Because with growth in your business, with growth in your customer base, scaling your systems, and of course ensuring that they are secure while you scale is key. So basically, to meet those I've just highlighted, you have IBM Vault. So IBM Vault is a solution that allows you to do a number of things, but largely around these 4 pillars. How then do you manage your secret lifecycle, right? How do you protect your sensitive data and ensuring that you can be able to store, rotate, and distribute them dynamically. Because traditionally, a lot of this information, this sensitive information, for example, your passwords, your API keys, are static, right? They don't change often. But like I've mentioned, with the growth and the complexity, maintaining static credentials is quite difficult. So this solution assists you with that, in that it's able to, for example, rotate those said keys, those said credentials as required. Another key pillar is around certificate management, right? Much like the secrets, you are able to generate, rotate, and revoke certificates. In fact, I'm grateful to I believe it was our first speaker, Mr. Sitati, who really went into certificates and public key infrastructure. So even within this solution, we have ways in which we can do things around certificate management, because this is, again, something that a lot of enterprises usually have challenges with, right? Out of the blues, one morning, a critical system is not responding. Why? Because a certificate has expired, no one knew, and here we are, right? So we have capabilities around that as well. Key management, of course, tightly coupled with the certificate management as well. Your ability to distribute, rotate, enable and disable keys. So this is, of course, very important, because should your certificate or your PKI infrastructure be compromised, then one of the easiest things to do is just to be able to change it, right? And doing that with ease is one of the key use cases for this particular solution. And of course, data protection for data in transit and at rest. Of course, you can also be able to centrally manage the same. So very quickly, from an architectural perspective, the solution looks as such. I'll very quickly go through this. So basically, you can have your client, and your client here can be an individual, but largely this would be a machine who would then would be the client, and then they would request access by sending their credentials. Then IBM Vault would then authenticate using whatever identity and access management system that you use as an enterprise for that particular user. And based on whatever credentials or whatever identity it receives back, then it will be able to grant access. And of course, this one is based on a policy, right? So that's why you see there's a policy over there. So that is all this is policy driven, right? So you can be able, and that's why I say it's an enforcement point. So you're able to basically use policies to control how secrets, keys, and certificates, are retrieved, and of course also doing other operations around data encryption. As well, static secrets can be centrally managed or automatically seen. So this is an important point, because as an organization, you probably do have something that you may be using currently, right? There are various key management systems that are available in the market, also in the cloud. And so this solution is able to integrate with those key management systems, right? And of course, if you're using key management system from popular cloud service providers, for example, some that are listed there, then IBM Vault is able to integrate with those said key management systems, so that you have a single point of managing all of this. Remember, like I mentioned, hybrid is the new reality in an enterprise. And having a place where you can all your security requirements with regards to secrets management is something that is very key for any forward-looking enterprise, right? So this is able to integrate with whatever that your and your sysadmins are currently using. And finally, of course, in terms of auditing, so you have, of course, audit logs. These can then be offloaded to third-party systems for additional analysis, and of course, also for compliance purposes. So it's important to note, of course, that most of the risks that you face as an organization do not occur during deployment or development, right? They come after, right? So they come post-deployment. And so The things that you really need to look at is around how do you define a trusted identity, least privileged access. It speaks to, how do you grant access and ensure that individuals and machines only have as much privilege as they need to do whatever tasks that they have. How do you encrypt sensitive credentials and data? Again, a critical question for any enterprise. How do you automate policy enforcement, right? Again, just speaks to what I've said when I was starting. With the change and with the sprawl of IT environments, right? Policy enforcement becomes more difficult, of course, taking into account the complexity of it all. So having a way to, enforce the same would put you in a strong position to manage from a security perspective. And of course, automating the life cycle management of secrets and access, as I've mentioned, which is around secret and credentials management. But of course, there's other things, right? So how do you discover those said secrets, for example? You have hundreds of systems that use credentials, some that are hard-coded, some that are stored in a configuration file somewhere. How do you discover them, right? Then how do you manage them from a central point, right? So that's centralized visibility and control. And of course, also speaks to a bit of how do you provision infrastructure in an automated and secure way. Again, around how do you streamline developer access. So here again, we are looking at, and this is more around now the people rather than the system. How do you ensure that from a privileges perspective, that the relevant users for the systems have only the right privileges that they need to carry out their tasks. So speaks more traditionally to the privileged access management space. And of course, how do you manage and store Kubernetes secrets? So for those of you who have and run containerized workloads, you will be versed with things around credentials and secrets, which are very common in such kind of deployments. So for those of you who are on a microservices journey, right? Again, how do you ensure that those secrets that you have there, and some of them could be very critical, are securely encrypted and protected in transit and at rest? So what do you do from here, now that I've said all these things, right? You can learn more, of course, about the solutions that we have, and I've only spoken about one of them here, which is IBM Vault. And then, of course, you can now start planning for your transformation, because these are some challenges which are not going away anytime soon. So you need to, of course, be able to plan on what you're going to do next. And of course, technical workshops, which would then help you and the people in your organization to be able to see how these solutions can be able to solve the problems that you have in your enterprise. Because, of course, like I mentioned, cybersecurity, and of course, zooming into this bit around securities, around secrets rather, and how you manage them is a critical point that needs to be top of mind for any organization. And unless there's any burning question that I take, yes.
Hi. Oh, hi.
You're live.
There you are.
Thanks, Alan. It was a brilliant presentation. I just have a question about the security of the platform itself.
Yeah.
So is it locally stored or is it in the cloud? And who can access it? Yeah, how exactly are the secrets themselves secured within the vault? Thank you.
Sure. So for this particular solution, the frequent updates and so on and so forth, vendor managed. what we call a KV mount, not to get too technical, a key vault. We have an encryption engine, you may have remembered it from my presentation, which then runs and encrypts all these, encrypts and offers the facilities that the solution offers. So for example, things around key rotation, certificate rotation, maintenance, issuance of certificate, because you can issue and revoke certificates and so on and so forth. So all those are managed within an engine, which then uses secure encryption cryptographic parameters to basically secure your credentials, if I may put it that way. Sure. You can visit our booth for more information. Sure. Any other question?
Morning. My name is Brian Wandeto, Data Protection Officer at Strathmore University. Mine is just to pick your brain on, well, cross-border data transfers are mostly pegged on us not having data centers within the country. Just a comment on maybe where in the next 2-3 years you see the uptake of CSPs and any developments that as organizations we might have to look at, because factoring also the security of data in transit and trust.
Okay. I think I will speak more to the last part of the question around the security of the data at rest and in transit. I think with regards to data centers and cross-border data transfer, I think my colleague Mr. Sitati there would be more placed, because I think that's more in the public infrastructure view. But with regards to data security at rest and in transit, of course, now that of course depends from an organization, banking, insurance, maybe even healthcare. But we do know, for example, that a lot of customers, based on my experience in the industry, would want their data to be encrypted in both cases, both at rest and in transit. There are various mechanisms and facilities to do so, but all of them pretty much default back to the PKI or public key infrastructure, paradigms, which is also what I've spoken about. It's built on the same, right? So that is, of course, a key requirement in various industries. And basically, if you do a lot of in-house development, for example, as an organization, then you may use third-party tools to assist you in this. However, if you don't do, then there are also off-the-shelf products and solutions, such as what I've spoken about, which can be able to assist you in that particular aspect. I think I'll say that for now.
Fantastic. Help me appreciate Alan Odera. Please, we are pressed for time there. Please make a moment to visit their booth. It's right at the expo area, and I'm very curious. How many in this room who thinks they've got the largest IT deployment? Alan talked about infrastructure sprawl. Who thinks they've got the largest kind of like sprawl in terms of your infrastructure across what you've deployed? What's your sprawl like? How many servers, how many instances do you have out there? You raised your hand. More than 10. More than 10 could be. In code terms, more than 10 is a lot. Like, help us. Who else? More than 10? Who else thinks they've got quite a bit of sprawl? 6 billion. 76 billion. So we're looking at that size. I mean, you'll find other organizations, maybe banks, may have more than that. Don't know, but now you start to get a picture of when you talk about how these solutions can help you manage secrets, keys, authentications, matters of access, least privilege access. Sort of one server you're looking at, right? It's an entire universe that can get pretty complex very quickly. We now break for tea, coffee break, networking for 30 minutes. We should be back here by 11:30, so we can at least keep up with time. Listen out for my bell, okay? If you hear that bell, don't get traumatized. I'm not trying to take you back to school, just to say it's time for us to come back, so that at least we can keep ahead of time and finish the day early. Do pick your tea, coffee, and do mingle in the expo area. We'll see you in 25 minutes. Karibuni.
Our key differentiator is the deep expertise that we've built over time. That is, of course, skills coupled with experience. I could talk about a couple of other things, but that we feel is unmatched in the region. All the things that we do and the skills that we have can stand up anywhere else in the world, and that is what we focus on a couple of areas which are critical based on how we listen to our customers and how we see the industry and where it's going. So we focus on application integration, a key ingredient when it comes to digital transformation. So how do you interconnect all your systems to be able to serve your customers in a unified manner? The last thing is what we call platform. So when you talk about containerization, essentially which is about modernization, OpenShift, Kubernetes, we're also big in that area. So we're constantly on the look for customers who understand their business. And we believe when we combine that with
Africa, we will be speaking to you about how modern integration platforms can help accelerate your application modernization and application integration journey. And of course, we have various platforms that you can be able to use to help you achieve your growth, but also efficiency. Platforms which will be able to assist you in terms of IT automation, helping your system to become more reliable, scalable, and resilient in terms of how they operate. So for you to hear more about this, please join us at the CIO Africa event in Evash.
For in-depth, secure integration insight, visit
For many security teams out there, this is what protecting their organization from phishing looks like.
Take a look at this strange email.
Man, it's a smash.
That was me a year ago. Even with our secure email gateway, advanced phishing attacks works and fast. Then we found it. Iron Scales. A solution that uses artificial intelligence to catch what everybody else misses. Setup took just a few minutes, and Iron Scales instantly began protecting our environment. And get this, it's self-learning, so it figures out what typical email behavior is, then detects anomalies that even I would miss. I was able to custom
They'll say true cybersecurity comes with trade-offs, that you're either too small for enterprise-grade tech or lack the expertise to stay ahead. And expert threat hunters who don't miss a move. So don't settle. Get elite defense and expert offense all in one. It's win-win. With Sophos.
Hi, I'm Michael Mishe. I have over 12 years experience in cybersecurity, machine learning, AI, and gaming. My focus in training is on artificial intelligence and machine learning, helping organizations and individuals figure out the best approaches for adopting AI. Helps to solve is figuring out how AI adoption can be done correctly. There's a lot of laugh and hype around AI being a magic bullet, which it isn't. Some of the challenges faced within the industry include, obviously, figuring out the right choice of models, figuring out the strategy around deployment, determining whether or OpEx heavy, determining even if you want AI for efficiency gain, operational gain, whether it's going to be front-facing to your clients or something to work with internally. How to pick the right thing that will have the most benefit for your organization or your AI use cases to your own business strategies is also a common challenge within industry. This training, the AI masterclasses, actually seeks out to solve a lot of these challenges to help organizations come up with a sound roadmap around how to adopt this technology, a strategy towards its implementation. Technology, but also what changes need to be done within the organization, and beyond that, how to keep it sustainable. AI is an expensive endeavor, but cost and this training also helps with that. Successful, we've seen organizations come back and ask for more specializations, support in building their strategies, and even support in rolling out some of their use cases, validating their use cases, stress testing some of the ideas that they have. We've seen organizations move from about a year talking about and actually working on their first MVP with AI. We encourage organizations to take up these masterclasses, both technical and non-organizations, figure out their AI adoption, their AI strategy, how to find ROI, and how to sustain AI in the long term.
ADG is a global strategic technology firm helping organizations scale intelligently, efficiently, and securely. Europe, and recognized as Google Cloud Partner of the Year for Africa 2025.
Accelera Digital Group, ADG, has been named as the 2025 Google Cloud Partner of the Year for Africa.
We combine world-class engineering with deep business understanding. We engage through 3 integrated models: advisory, implementation, and managed services. We create the greatest impact when these models work together. Long-term value. Our advisory services lead enterprise-wide assessments to shape transformation priorities and offer commercial advisory to help clients navigate cloud and software agreements, optimize licensing, and unlock greater value from technology investments. Our implementation model brings transformation roadmaps to life through high-impact execution. Finally, our managed services provide ongoing support, optimization, and expertise to ensure continued growth and resilience. Our 3 models cut across 5 domains of expertise. In data analytics and AI, we focus on data platforms, predictive models, and generative and conversational AI. Our cybersecurity expertise covers threat detection, zero trust and secure cloud architecture. For software and cloud engineering, we specialize in application development, DevOps and cloud native builds. In performance marketing, we management, and AI-powered creatives. Lastly, our productivity and collaboration services include modern workplace tools, secure collaboration environments, and intelligent workflow design. We have partnered with forward-thinking organizations across industries, including fintech, online gaming, and telecoms. We helped MoneyPoint build conversational agents and strengthen security operations on Google Cloud. For InTouch Group, we created a robust cloud foundation that enhanced operational efficiency, security, and cost visibility. With Betica, we optimized cloud spend and integrated advanced threat protection to support expansion into 10 markets. Our comprehensive approach ensures you have a premier Google Cloud partner for every stage of your growth journey. Let's partner together for intelligent, efficient, and secure growth.
For many security teams out there, this is what protecting their organization from phishing looks like.
Take a look at this strange email. Could you check if this is a fish? Looks like I'm getting impersonated again.
Hey, man, it's a smash.
That was me a year ago. Even with our secure email gateway, advanced phishing attacks still slip through our defenses. We needed something that actually works and fast. Then we found it. IronScales. A solution that uses artificial intelligence to catch what everybody else misses. Setup took just a few minutes, and IronScales instantly began protecting our environment. And get this, it's self-learning, so it figures out what typical email behavior is, then detects anomalies that even I would miss. I was able to customize its level of automation based on our risk tolerance. And just like that, it began stopping threats and giving me my time back. Now, I don't need to take lunch at my desk anymore, and if something does come through while I'm out, I can handle it from the mobile app in just one click. No single technology catches every threat though. So, how do we handle the few that may reach our employees? Gone are the days of easy-to-spot scams targeting our employees. Now, it's sneakier tactics, like CEO impersonation and fake invoices. With built-in phishing simulation and awareness training, IronScales transforms our employees from a security weakness to a security asset.
Not today.
Ha! Gotcha. Not so fast.
And when they report a real threat, the AI analyzes it and clusters it with lookalike threats across all inboxes, saving time and preventing breaches. But it doesn't stop there. It isn't just my organization's threats that are clustered. It's every organization using IronScales. This means with every new user on the platform, it creates a crowdsourcing effect for security. With IronScales protecting us all, we are safer together.
I want to take this opportunity to invite you to the Connected Africa Summit Golf Tournament that will be held on the 24th April at the Muthaiga Golf Club. Let us meet on the greens, let us tee off and connect for a digital inclusive market for Africa. Thank you.
My name is Sami Kimodo. I'm an IT consultant and trainer, and I've been doing this since the year 2006. When it comes to project management, I've been an approved trainer since 2014. And over this period of time, I've had an interaction with many organizations, may them be private organizations like telco, or even the United Nations, or even the government parastatals. So I've interacted with these organizations in project delivery, either as a trainer or as a project team member. And through this experience, I've come to learn a number of things that I feel we have a solution in the name of Prince 2 project management method. Let's try to understand what are projects, why are they needed, and how do they come about. You'll find that organizations are always implementing changes because there is a business need that needs to be addressed. So because these changes are significant, there is normally a need to form a team so that this team can facilitate the development of the change. So to do this, the organizations normally start by establishing a structure and then by an
100 million Africans are in the gig economy today. But most are competing alone against platforms they don't control, with policies that weren't built for them. For 15 years, edition by edition, Connected Africa became more than a summit, where policy, innovation, scale, and partnership meet, where startups met investors and scaled across borders. Now you arrive at a defining moment. Connected Africa Summit 2026. Uniting Africa. Not just a slogan, a statement of intent. Because innovation without inclusion is incomplete, and growth without unity. For 1 billion Africans, for startups ready to scale beyond their borders, for investors hunting Africa's next breakthrough, for anyone who believes Africa's digital future should be shaped by Africans. This isn't networking. This is nation building, one connection at a time. Connected Africa Summit 2026, 27th to 30th April, Nairobi.
They'll say true cybersecurity comes with trade-offs, that you're either too small for enterprise-grade tech or lack the expertise to stay ahead. We're not buying it. Sophos gives you both. Cutting-edge AI that evolves with every threat. And so don't settle. Get elite defense and expert offense all in one. It's win-win with Sophos.
Hi, I'm Michael Meshe. I have over 12 years experience in cybersecurity, machine learning, AI, and gaming. My focus in training is on artificial intelligence and machine learning, helping organizations and individuals figure out the best approaches for adopting AI. One of the biggest problems that this training helps to solve is figuring out how AI adoption can be done correctly. There's a lot of laugh and hype around AI being a magic bullet, which it isn't. Some of the challenges faced within the industry include, obviously, figuring out the right choice of models, figuring out the strategy around deployment, determining whether you are ready to be CapEx heavy or OpEx heavy, determining even if you want AI for efficiency gain, operational gain, whether it's going to be front-facing to your clients or something to work with internally. Because AI is a general-purpose technology, it's very hard to pick the right thing that will have the most benefit for your organization. Even aligning your AI strategy or your AI use cases to your own business strategies is also a common. Previous trainings have come back and asked for more specializations, support in building the strategies, and even support in rolling out some of their use cases, validating their use cases, stress testing some of the ideas that they have. We've seen organizations move from about a year talking about AI to, in a few months, developing a strategy and actually working on their first MVP with AI. We encourage organizations to take up these masterclasses, both technical and non-technical experts, as these masterclasses help organizations figure out their AI adoption and how to sustain AI in the long term.
It is on now.
ADG is a global strategic technology firm helping organizations scale intelligently, efficiently, and securely. With teams across Africa, the Middle East, and Europe, and recognized as Google Cloud Partner of the Year for Africa 2025.
Accelera Digital Group, ADG, has been named as the 2025 Google Cloud Partner of the Year for Africa.
We combine world-class engineering with deep business understanding. We engage through 3 integrated models: advisory, implementation, and managed services. We create the greatest impact when these models work together, shaping strategy, executing with precision, and sustaining long-term value. Our advisory services lead enterprise-wide assessments to shape transformation priorities and offer commercial advisory to help clients navigate cloud and software agreements, optimize licensing, and unlock greater value from technology investments. Our implementation model brings transformation roadmaps to life through high-impact execution, ongoing support, optimization, and expertise to ensure continued growth and resilience. Our 3 models cut across 5 domains of expertise. In data analytics and AI, we focus on data platforms, predictive models, and generative and conversational AI. Our cybersecurity expertise covers threat detection, zero trust, and secure cloud architecture. For software and cloud engineering, we specialize in application development, DevOps and cloud native builds. In performance marketing, we leverage agentic marketing, ROI measurement, and AI-powered creatives. Lastly, our productivity and collaboration services include modern workplace tools, secure collaboration environments, and intelligent workflow design. We have partnered with forward-thinking organizations across industries, including fintech, online gaming, and telecoms. We helped MoneyPoint build conversational agents and strengthen security operations on Google Cloud Foundation that enhanced operational efficiency, security, cloud spend, and integrated advanced threat protection to support expansion into 10 markets. Our comprehensive approach ensures you have a premier Google Cloud partner for every stage of your growth journey. Let's partner together for intelligent, efficient, and secure growth.
many security teams out there, this is what protecting their organization from phishing looks like.
Take a look at this strange image. Could you check this?
That was me a year ago. Even with our secure email gateway, advanced phishing attacks still slip through our defenses. We needed something that actually works and fast. Then we found it. Iron Scales. A solution that uses artificial intelligence to catch what everybody else misses. Setup took just a few minutes, and Iron Scales instantly began protecting our environment. And get this, it's self-learning, so it figures out what typical email behavior is, then detects anomalies that even I would miss. I was able to customize its level of automation based on our risk tolerance. And just like that, it began stopping threats anymore. And if something does come through while I'm out, I can handle it from the mobile app in just one click. No single technology catches every threat though. So, how do we handle the few that may reach our employees? Gone are the days of easy-to-spot scams targeting our employees. Now, it's sneakier tactics, like CEO impersonation and fake invoices. With built-in phishing simulation and awareness training, Iron Scales transforms our employees from a security weakness to a security asset.
Not today.
When they report a real threat, the AI analyzes it and clusters it with lookalike threats across all inboxes, saving time and preventing breaches. But it doesn't stop there. Every organization using Iron Scales. This means with every new user on the platform, it creates a crowdsourcing effect for security. With Iron Scales protecting us all, we are safer.
Welcome back. Great to see conversations happening. I took a peek at the expo area, and some of the booths had lines of people or people surrounding, very intent on listening, which is fantastic. I think there's a lot of value being shared. So we now get to our next speaker for the tail end of the morning program. And many times we talk about cybersecurity and how we can recover from them, but not enough times how we can actually inoculate ourselves from that. And our next speaker comes with extensive experience in cybersecurity consulting and enterprise network security as well, with his work focusing on supporting organizations in both designing and implementing secure digital environments in areas such as private and public cloud, endpoint protection, and network infrastructure. Speaking to us about can't exploit, won't exploit, and the rise of cyber immunity, help me welcome on stage technical expert, team manager Africa, Kaspersky, Mr. Moses Munguti. Karibu.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Moses Munguti is my good name. A very interesting topic that I have to cover around cyber immunity. I have prepared some good insights into this particular approach, and I'm sure you will be able to benefit from this. In terms of what we are covering in the next 20 minutes, this is just a quick highlight. We need to address the why we need such an approach. So what are we currently doing? What can be done better? And then a few recommendations. Let me briefly just introduce Kaspersky. We innovated to make sure we are able to keep not only our customers, but also the larger cybersecurity ahead of the cyber threats. In terms of presence, we have good presence, including locally. And one of our key differentiators will be our deep expertise when it comes to matters, threat, intelligence, and also research. I will be sharing a few reports around that. In terms of cybercrime worldwide, it's quite a challenge. And as vendors, we cannot be able to fight this alone. So we do collaborate with a lot of members in the cybersecurity community. For example, by us contributing critical cyber threat intelligence to global initiatives such as the MITRE-ATT&CK framework, it basically ends up benefiting most of our customers. Because through such, they are able to actually improve the accuracy of the frameworks that they provide to you. We are also instrumental in terms of being able to detect zero-day threats and also helping to be able to fix them, especially the leading companies. One interesting one from last year relating to Google will be that one. In terms of growing and strengthening cyber resilience across Africa, we continue to partner with law enforcement. Yesterday, for those that were here, the earlier panels, there was a discussion around, or a mention around Operation Serengeti. So this is a very good example in terms of the power of collaboration. When we work with government, we are able to achieve and significantly strengthen cyber resilience across Africa. For example, for that Operation Serengeti 2.0, cities across Africa were able not only to arrest more than 1,000 cyber criminals, but also to dismantle the network. So this definitely benefits the larger community. In terms of the threats, cyber threats continue to grow. So in terms of, we are seeing more attacks, they are becoming more automated, and also we are seeing far greater sophistication. For example, according to our statistics last year, we detected on average, on a daily basis, 500,000 new malicious files per day. So what does this mean for you as an organization? Basically, for an organization, your risk exposure is growing. And definitely there's need for you to continue to scale your defenses proportionately. Other interesting statistics now relating to Africa. Again, all these reports you see here, they are publicly available. Feel free, to share them with your teams. There are a lot of insights to be able to inform your cybersecurity strategies. But across Africa, we saw escalating attacks across all threat groups. The key ones, as earlier mentioned, ransomware, as well as phishing. So this will be able to break it down, per country, what exactly was observed for your particular countries, some of the techniques that are being used, and how you can be able to mitigate against those. Another interesting challenge will be around, we keep on mentioning advanced persistent threat actors, but for Africa, what are some of the operations that we have observed relating to advanced persistent threat actors? What are their goals? And how can you be able to mitigate against that? Again, a very informative report that, again, based on one of the challenges we had yesterday was what? CFOs said we are not giving proper executive summaries for the management for them to be able to make those informed decisions. Such reports are instrumental to be able to assist with that. In terms of Kenya, also in Kenya, we did detect quite a number of threats. We have the 11.3 million web-based threats. We have the 18 million on-device threats. This is basically everything. So if it's your ransomwares, your all the different types of malwares will be on that. As long as they were discovered on a particular device, those will fall under that. The interesting bits here will be the increase, not only in the number of backdoors, but also the increase in the number of password stealers. So for organizations, what does this mean for you? For some of you that are sitting here, maybe your environment's already compromised. You have threat actors within your organization. So the question will be, how often do you run things like compromise assessment exercises for you to be able to discover not only past, but even current breaches that exist within your environment? Another interesting one from the 83% increase in the password stealers. Basically, most organizations, even when we do things like the dark web monitoring, the digital footprint intelligence, we discover a lot of leaked credentials that, again, can be used by the threat actors to be able to advance their interests. Some interesting trends that we observed last year. Number one, we have the socials. So Kenya, again, 5 hours, right? 5 hours per day on average, the amount of time that we are spending on social media. Definitely across the organizations, there's a lot of use of the social media. So WhatsApp is highly being used across government and also the private sector. What we have seen is some of the old malware is being redesigned to be able to exploit such avenues to your organization. Maybe I'll think about email. Email will be easy, I can send an attachment or a link. But right now, we already have WhatsApp being used by employees within the organization. So a clear, direct channel, I can just be able to exploit that particular trust and deliver it directly. Very interesting trend. Another one was around resilience. So even the threat actors, they are going for resilience. So one of the instances is what? They are hosting part of the infrastructure within the blockchain. Blockchain is excellent for resilience, and even for us to be able to take down such, it becomes much more harder. Another interesting one will be large-scale supply chain attacks, and the main challenge here is third-party vulnerabilities. All organizations are being pressured by the regulators to be able to be compliant, so being able to address this area around third-party vulnerabilities is critical. So our main aim is basically, we know cyber attacks are inevitable. So, and we want to be able to avoid all the costs related to this, both in terms of the immediate and the long-term costs that will be related to this. Now, this shared interest, currently, what are we currently doing in the market? Current approach for most of you revolves around this. So generally, it's relating to cybersecurity maturity. Basically, to what degree is the organization able to consistently be able to mitigate and respond to the evolving threats? So the approach will be what? Hopefully, for your organizations, from time to time, you are doing assessments to be able to identify gaps within your organization, then being able to develop roadmaps that align to business risk, and also not forgetting the governance bit. Then based on this, hopefully you are being able to convince the CFOs, based on yesterday's showdown, you are being able to convince them so that you can invest in the appropriate technology, people, and processes. So this is also what we are currently doing. For most, they still think Kaspersky is an antivirus company. That's not the case. we do more than that. All the technologies you've heard about around detection and response, being able to increase the visibility that we provide. These solutions right now in the market, they provide a lot of value to your teams. Things like managed detection and response have been mentioned. So managed detection and response basically addresses one of the common challenges the organizations will face. Resources that need to be able to process those. So for example, giving them the right tools to be able to detect and respond, giving them the right visibility, and even having, for example, expertise from the vendors to be able to back them up when they are under attack, this is invaluable. In such scenarios, your teams are able also to learn from the experts. All these complex tasks of doing things like threat hunting, investigation, and response. By leveraging such services, your teams can be able to skill up and be able to later on run this fully on-premise. So, given what we are currently doing, it's important for us to see where we are failing, which gaps are being exploited by attackers. A good report will be the Kaspersky Incident Response and our Kaspersky Managed Detection and Response. So for this report, what is of interest for us is who are the attackers and how exactly are they being able to succeed in their breaches. Based on this particular report, an interesting discovery is around vulnerabilities. So for example, if you have an organization and they're under attack and they want our experts to be able to assist, for example, those will be the likes of the Global Emergency and Response Team. This report is based on that. So this directly translates to some of the breaches that might come your way. In a significant number of these, you can see vulnerabilities still remain a big challenge. In some cases, the vulnerabilities that are being exploited already have a proof of concept on public forums. So basically, there's a full guide in terms of how that particular vulnerability can be exploited. But we still observe this across different environments. And again, for this, another big challenge is the valid accounts. Organizations have been compromised. They are not aware these particular credentials are being used to advance these different attacks. And if you look at this, obviously right there, ransomware, definitely. Encryption, data leakage, tying back to ransomware. And ransomware continues to persist. It's not going anywhere because if you think about it, it has the highest return on investment. It's almost what in Kenya would call a sure bet. If the attacker is able to first get into environment, extract sensitive data, and then request for you to pay the ransom. For some of you, you'll say, I have backup. I can recover from backup. But the threat actor has your data. So they need to increase the pressure. So in Kenya, we say, inject, right? So they need to inject. So what do? They have your data. So they'll threaten that they'll leak it. Maybe that is not enough. So already that is double extortion. So we go to triple extortion. They have data that has details about your customers. So why should they not now go directly to your customers and try to extort money from them? So if you think about it, ransomware is not going away anytime soon. So now, given those challenges, we have the endless stream of software vulnerabilities, and attacks are based on this. The other challenge is cybersecurity cost. Again, from yesterday's showdown, CISO and CFO. We have the spenders, and then we had the savers, right? So CISOs want us to be able to reduce the cost on cybersecurity. Year on year, your IT spend definitely is growing. Every other year, vendors are introducing new tools to be able to keep you ahead of the threats. So we need to be able to address this among the other challenges that we already have in cybersecurity. So we decided to borrow the concept of immunity. So in biological immunity, as humans, from time to time, we do get exposed to different pathogens, right? But in most cases, our bodies are able to fight it off. Okay? So they neutralize it, and it does not spread. So we want to be able to have the same concept around the different controls that we apply across the environment. So borrowing from this, we coined the term cyber immunity. So cyber immunity, basically, we want to be able to build systems that have inbuilt protection. So they have innate protection within them. For some of you, this is definitely not something new, right? Secure by design. has been around, a methodology that has been around. So what is different on this particular one? So for this, just to make it clear, I'll focus on our unique operating system, just the elements, something that also you can be able to borrow in terms of some of the softwares that you are developing in-house. So for the secure by design, basically we want to make sure from the inception, from the design, from the coding, we are continuously in calculating design security concepts into those particular solutions. The current approaches around secure by design is mainly the first two. So hopefully, most of the organizations here are already leveraging the SDLC, Software Development Lifecycle model when developing different softwares, in-house software, so your mobile banking, your internal applications. The main challenge around that is it can be a bit complex, because even in that particular life cycle, there are a lot of security checkpoints. We need to be able to make sure we assess what we are developing, identify vulnerabilities, deal with it. Obviously, right now, like Cloud Code by Anthropics, it's really aiding that in terms of being able to review your source code, be able to even think about the logic that is being applied and flows within it. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits even we are receiving from, again, artificial intelligence. The second approach is around the operating systems. So, for example, most of the programming languages that we have been using, they will have certain gaps that allow certain types of threats to be successful, especially the buffer overflow related or the memory related threats. And some organizations are already using some safe programming languages. So maybe in your environments, you've heard them talking about Rust or even the Go programming languages. The main challenge with that, again, is what? We already have a lot of applications. We can't rewrite all of them to be able to be based on these particular safer programming languages. So for us, we went to the next step. We decided to rethink the operating system. Now, for the operating system, there are two main types of operating systems. So the traditional operating system, we can call it monolithic. So it has a lot of code. Most of it is running on the kernel. Kernel is like the brain of your operating system. So if you have a lot of code, basically services running on the kernel, we have a large attack surface. So if you want to reduce the attack surface, we want to be able to leverage a better operating system. So this case will be based on a microkernel. Microkernel basically means what? Microkernel basically means, number one, the kernel, the brain, should have as little code as possible. Fewer code equals fewer bugs, fewer loopholes that can be exploited. So the core should have very little trusted code. Then everything else can run from the user space. So microkernel architecture. Number two, all the components in that particular operating system, by default, we want to do default deny. Again, common principle already being applied in various aspects of cybersecurity. We also want to leverage that. So any component that needs to interact with another component, it needs to go through a security policy. We need to check it for compliance before we allow it. This is different from traditional operating system because traditional operating system is default allow. So security is of interest for us, so we do a default deny. Then the other thing, all process so that we can have strict adherence to the secure by design methodology. Now, this is not only a research project. This is something that we have already been able to develop. Use cases already exist, especially number one. In most cases, when you talk about cyber breaches, most of us will think of financial impact, financial loss to the organizations. What about when we have a cyber breach and it actually leads to loss of lives? Now we have things like smart cars. We have a lot of smart devices, IoT devices, industrial control environments. We need better protection around this. So this was the idea around that particular concept. We already have commercial products, and this has already been actualized. The last one is the Kaspersky operating system. So some organizations are demanding for better protection, a reduced attack surface, and they're already leveraging that particular operating system. Now, in summary, as Kaspersky, we have the expertise to be able to help you in your cybersecurity maturity journey. From consulting in terms of the gaps that you have within your environment, the enhancements you need around being able to detect those evasive, those targeted attacks and being able to respond to them. Our deep expertise in threat intelligence, if your interest is being able to know which bank cards related to us are on the dark web already, what credentials from organizations have been leaked. On the supply chain attack, your third party. So the third-party organizations that you work with, in case they have any vulnerabilities, we can also be able to assist you to be able to scan their digital ecosystem to be able to identify any of those threats and be able to deal significantly with the supply chain attacks. Also, a lot of training will be provided, and even for government of Kenya also is leveraging our current collaboration. There's a lot that even NC4 is doing in terms of even, national level security operation centers. Those are already in progress. You had something about the financial sector security operation center. So even the sectorial SOCs do continue to proceed, and we are actively engaged and working with them. So, in conclusion, the next cybersecurity leaders will not be the fastest responders. It will be those leaders that can be able to architect systems that are fundamentally immune. In the essence that, although vulnerabilities will continue to exist, they will be fewer if we are following the right methodology. And even when they happen, their impact will be contained to a very small segment. Basically, you will be able to reduce the blast surface for that particular threat. Thank you very much. In case I don't answer your questions or we don't get to interact, feel free to scan that QR code for my credentials. Thank you very much.
It's interesting just during the child-friendly vaccinations and those that are not child-friendly, and you ask the question, why should there even be something like a child-friendly vaccination? Why? Who thought of that difference? And the friendlier one being more expensive. So it's interesting now that Moses speaks about cyber immunity, and you could even draw parallels on that, especially on that default deny. Yeah, what do you tell our people? Yeah, you don't just. But it paints a picture, and I agree with his closing statement, that the future belongs to those who are prepared. Because, the reason why we inoculate is that we already introduce an element of what could even kill us to our own bodies to develop that sort of immunity. So now that you know threats are out there, how do you develop the internal capacity to identify them so to stop them at the door? And that's a fantastic way to end that particular segment. Now, this is the CISO Africa Summit, but being the host country, you'll bear with me when I use very many of our local analogies. How many in this room have this morning used AI deliberately? Deliberately. You woke up and deliberately used AI. It's good to see, because not deliberately, you checked your email, there's AI probably somewhere there, doing some form of protection against phishing attacks, etc., helping you complete that email. It's a thing now, right? You just click on the 2 stars so that it gives you a response to your boss, and you sound a lot more intelligent, but you all start sounding the same. That's why I asked, you deliberately went in there. Now, you may know this statistic, but it is said that Kenyans are the ones who train ChatGPT. Earlier, you heard that we spend close to 5 hours a day training. So if you're here and you're looking down on your phone, I know where you are. Please come back to this room and join us. And in one of the panels, we started talking about what are other things that this exposes us to. And our next speaker will be talking to us about the AI threat landscape and how things like AI are being weaponized, from things like prompt injection to data poisoning. They're using terms like injection, poisoning, and it would be great to get a perspective of what exactly that means as Kenyans and also in the larger Pan-African context. And speaking to us on this is a Chief Executive Officer company focused on private cloud, IT solutions, mobile and infrastructure solutions, and with over a decade of leadership experience, our speaker has guided the company in delivering these solutions that support organized digital excellence. On stage, MD CEO FPG Technologies, Rex Mafiana. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me here. I have been given this topic, and I've been given a short time. Everybody all over the world is interested in AI. It's the stuff. Even we that are the supposed experts still don't know enough. So I've got short slides because of the time, so I'll be speaking a lot from experience. I have don't we have a clicker? Before we talk about that, I want to talk a little bit about our company. FPG is part of a family of the Flexip Group. We're into so many things, but the technology company is the biggest cybersecurity company in sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, I'm the only one here that is in the EMEA Partner Advisory Council of people like Checkpoint. We are partners with Capacity. Moses was just talking about immunity. We do a lot across the biggest industries in Africa, MTN, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Zenith, First Bank, all over the place, right? We've established now in Kenya, we're in the US, and of course we are the biggest in Nigeria. So that's what we do. But what drives us is our core value of what we call FLEEX: flexibility, leadership, integrity, go beyond, synergy, and simplicity. I want to talk about integrity and go beyond, because we did a study of our company and we found out our and they did something to say, what makes FPG unique? It turns out to be integrity. Why? You know, here people will tell you, oh, and because technology moves so fast, we have, those of us that are in technology, have a responsibility. It has become incredibly important that technology companies have integrity, because the things are moving so fast that you can bank, so it's important for us. The other part of go beyond is the fact that if we are on a project with you, we want to partner. We are here for life. In fact, you see our grand vision there, build a transgenerational organization. In Africa, what happens that once the progenitor dies, the company dies. But we don't come from an IBM background. Traditional organizations can't build integrity or without going beyond. I have a project. I'm working with maybe Capacity, Microsoft, Google, and then I say, okay, Microsoft is not coming to the party, and I say it's not my fault. We don't do that. I will call Microsoft to the party, because if I don't at the end, you have not got value. Whether it's Microsoft, it's me, it doesn't matter. So that's who we are. Good. So what do? We basically, I like to say that we do two things. I didn't talk about our vision, which is delivering extreme business agility with confidence. On the agility side, That's our ABS, Agile Business Solutions. So things from digital transformation, business insights and productivity, to cloud infrastructure, digital workplaces. What is, all of you here are tech people experience. We came from MDM, mobile device management, to enterprise mobility management, and now it's actually digital workplaces, digital work styles. So these things are fusing so much that you cannot separate infrastructure. So we do all that. Why do we say business insight? I was saying that sometime in the future, we may need to have another event where we talk really about AI, not just in cybersecurity, but organization-wide. We believe what I call the three deaths: the death of SaaS, software as a service, the death of business intelligence, and the death of data warehouses. Why? Because AI has come. If you are using a CRM, for example, you have to pay Odoo, Fresh Sales, HubSpot, whatever. Today, AI can do that for you much easier, much faster, much instantly, right? If you are looking at data warehousing, no. Today, AI just goes everywhere. You don't need to give it a data warehouse because it can connect to Excel, connect to Word, connect to databases, connect to everything. That's why we say the death of data warehouse. The same with business intelligence. You have Power BI, they give you all these beautiful things, then you have to bring people to make design and bring some other things for you to get insight. No. Today, AI will connect to everything and give you instant intelligence. These are the things we do around our Agile Business Solutions, right? Now, when it comes to enterprise cybersecurity solutions and services, we do end-to-end cybersecurity. There's no other company in this region that does that. Whether it is context, deep web, dark web, based, cloud, all the way to data. Today that the perimeter is data, right? We do everything cybersecurity. And of course, today we are in the age of AI. And of course, we support both. But I'm not here to talk about FPG. I want to talk about the AI threat landscape. So the airline industry says that the airplane, 90% of the time, those of us that fly a lot, we don't think about it, right? But just imagine that the input that autopilot is taking, somebody now starts tampering with it. What happens? The line will crash. The plane will crash. This is the same thing with AI. That's what it is, right? But the AI landscape is not just about new attacks. AI is actually changing who can attack, what they can do, the type of attacks we see, and the attack surface we must defend. So AI is bringing some new stuff, but it's making existing stuff more dangerous, right? So, who are the attackers? What capabilities does AI give them? What attacks are emerging, and how the attack surface is expanding, right? So, the thing you need to understand is, we used to talk about cybercrime as a service. Now it is cybercrime expertise as a service. Because what's happening is that you look at this, normally this is what we have. Yesterday I was speaking at an event, maybe some of you know, the Connect Banking, and they wanted me to talk about cyber resilience. And I spoke to them about cyber resilience. You have the foundational cyber level, then you have the cyber crime level. This is where the criminals operate, the ones that want to steal your money, or the hacktivists, the ones that are political, they want to complain about something. Then you have nation state, which is the highest. This is where North Korea attacks you, And if you think it's a joke, North Korea actually stole $30 million from a Nigerian bank some years ago. So this is the world we live in. You know, the US blocks them everywhere, and then they go to Nigeria and steal $30 million. This is the world we live in. So at that level is where normally you will expect that Kenyan government, Rwandan government, you know, Nigerian government should defend you. In the US, for example, if Chase is under attack, the FBI will say, Chase, there's traffic coming to you, right? Deal with it. And we're here, we're watching if you need help, right? That's not happening here. But I'm impressed with the Kenyan government because I see that they are doing the GSOC, right? The Government Security Operations Center. That is the kind of thing that government should do at that nation state. But as an organization, of course, you are not going to wait for government. In fact, government tells you that's the regulation and compliance, right? But in the cyber resilience level, compliance is a little bit above cybercrime. But for you to be truly resilient, you need to be at the nation state. So that's what we know that is happening before now. What is AI doing? AI is now introducing a new class of insider threats. Shadow AI. You know, our MC was just saying who used AI this morning. The truth of the matter is that every time you open your browser, you're interacting with AI. Because the Chromes of this world and the edges of this world, they are not giving you an option. Once you open it, the AI opens. So the browser in itself is shadow AI. And as we go on, you will find that shadow AI is very dangerous to organizations. And even though I don't cover it in this slide, something I want to say to everybody, it's an emerging field, but you have to go and research it, and you can call us to help you. Every organization must look into AI governance. Besides AI security, you must look into AI governance. Because, you know, what AI is into, AI security is not like one tool. It's not like a tool. Yes, we have tools. Most OEMs, Kaspersky, Checkpoint, Google, Micro, all of them, they are also embedding AI in the tools. So you have some AI protection at the tool-based level, you know, endpoint protection, and so on and so forth. But AI is not about tools. AI is about the whole spectrum of stuff. A whole, in fact, notice that I didn't use the word spectrum. Spectra. Because you don't even know where anything is happening. Most people are putting AI in the application. Your email has AI. Your browser has AI. If you are using Zoom, have AI. In fact, Zoom is creating a whole workspace that the AI can read your email, do also. So a lot is really happening. And that's why the AI governance aspect is the only way you can truly be sure that if you have a good governance, it builds into the immune system that Moses was talking about. If you don't have AI governance, sorry, no tool is going to protect you. 2025 is the year the world changed. I guarantee you, especially in this Africa, I tell people, in less than 10 years, we'll have people worshiping AI in churches. I mean, if you know what I know, you'll be scared. Do you understand? If you know, as a tech person, I've been in technology all my life. Electrical electronics engineering, I've done only IT, IBM, NetApp, that's what I've done. So I understand technology across the whole chain because I started fixing laptops, you understand? I have done it all the way to IBM, everything. So if you know what I know, there is cause to worry. AI is a double-edged sword. That's why AI governance is very important. It doesn't matter what I tell you today. If you must take one thing away, take away AI governance. And, you know, I was telling the group yesterday, we must also start to bring the CISOs, the CROs, to the board level. They cannot be anything more than one level below. Because, you know, people, they say business risk. Even the World Economic Forum, as far back as 2022, inside that threat shadow AI, And of course, besides shadow AI being insider threat, it also means that the normal insider threat, the insiders, we have the accidental insiders in cybersecurity, right? But we also have intentional bad insiders, people that either disgruntled or have been bought. AI also now gives them more ability to damage the company. And then we have low-skill adversaries. Because today AI is available, any of you here can turn to a hacker tomorrow. Any of you. Anybody. In fact, why am I saying you people? You people are already expert. The people, the gate man outside, can turn to a hacker just on his phone. This is what AI is bringing. The low-skill adversaries are now becoming experts. So somebody who barely can ask ChatGPT questions can turn to and say, how do I do this? ChatGPT will answer. ChatGPT doesn't know why you ask what you ask. It can teach you, right? So this is who the attackers are. In fact, the IBM 2025 data confirms that insider threats have become the most expensive category of cybersecurity incidents, largely due to the AI oversight gap. Remember, I said if you're going to take anything away, AI governance. Because it's that gap when you don't know what your Zoom is doing, or you don't know what your Outlook is doing. That is the danger that organizations now face. Okay? The same IBM report shows that 20% of organizations reported breaches involving shadow AI. This incident added an average of $670,000 in additional cost, not just the 670, additional cost, due to the sensitivity of the leaked intellectual property. Now, there are so many examples, but the idea is to understand that with AI playing across every aspect of the organization, it's important to know that we are in unknown waters. You understand? I mean, those of us who are in the field, there's so many things happening that you grapple with. Like, you're looking at your SMS, and the telco has implemented some AI behind it, and you don't know. You go to WhatsApp, Meta has AI there. You go to Facebook, there's AI there. Like, we don't have a life anymore. Do you understand? And this is happening in the organization. So, it's also changing the economics of cyber attacks by introducing these 4 major capabilities: automation, speed, and adaptation. So, because AI allows attackers to automate tasks, the time from initial compromise to exfiltration is almost non-existent. In fact, in one occasion, researchers have shown that it came down to about 29 seconds. And averagely, it's about 25 minutes. These are things that normally will take days or weeks. But because of AI automation today, the time that the man gets in and gets out has shrunk incredibly. And the statistics show that, the attack cycle, initial reconnaissance, then initial infiltration, everything is what we are saying is being compressed. Because, of course, AI can act within seconds. In fact, Microsoft was saying that AI agents can act within seconds, suspending a compromised account and triggering a password reset as soon as multiple high-risk signals align, containing breaches before escalation. So now, again, that automation, of course, leads to that speed, and the one that is dangerous is the personalization. You know, when we talk about security awareness, for example, we tell people that this is how you identify phishing emails. Look out for this G that looks like A, look out for this, that. Because humans are doing it, right? Now, AI does it. He goes to the internet, he says, Rex Mafia, and he has all my profile. He can even clone the way I speak. Then he sends me a phishing email. Not even experts like us. The chances that we miss is very high. So this is the danger. Another capability I bring, personalization. We send you this email, and if you'll be happy opening it. And, you know, I think it was in Hong Kong that an executive was made to pay out as much as $20-something million. You know, several stuff, because they sent several emails. So it's not like one email, several emails, like from the CEO, and then use deepfake to do liveness check. And then the man sent all the money. This is the capability that AI brings. Because you can use AI and say, this is Rex speaking. And this is why we say that with AI, anybody who's not looking at cybersecurity at the board level, any organization is going to have issues. Because, you know, I was talking about cyber resilience. Happen. Do you understand? And the idea is that during the breach, that you are able to maintain essential operations. So if the board doesn't understand that somebody can use deepfake and clone the CEO, you know, when you're telling them that, listen, we need to look at deepfake security, they will say, what are you talking about? And while you are saying it, the money will move. So then the other one is adaptation. You know, there are so many studies that today, because normally what happens is the attacker sends a phishing email, right? Then maybe somebody says promotion, and this guy that has been running for promotion just say promotion list. You quickly clicked it. By the way, that's what happened with, I think it was Lockheed, right? And then somebody stole the Raptor design. You know what the F-22 Raptor is? It's one of the most powerful airplanes, fighter jets in America. And somebody stole it down. China produced a replica, right? Because they wanted to look at promotional list. So somebody sends this promotion thing, and you click it. And then everything is gone. But today, with AI, the adaptation is that normally we send you that link, you click it, it activates a malware, right? But today, more than 70% of AI attacks doesn't involve malware. And when they involve malware, the malware is able to adapt. So the danger of AI, and pay attention to this, is that when AI comes, an AI attack, it sees your firewall, it knows it's a firewall, and it quickly looks at the firewall rules and adapts. So your firewall will say, oh, this is our invited guest. And we'll go. Then it comes down to your database monitor. It says, what is the database monitor doing? So, okay, it's checking that, it's checking that. So it's not checking that table. Then it goes to the table that the database is not checking. This is the danger. This is not a malware. Now, when AI also uses malware, it weaponizes them to the extreme, that the malware becomes an AI in itself. If you see something, it changes. You see, like Claude. How many of you know Claude? You know, Claude used Claude. Claude rewrote himself to a better AI. So this is what is happening. The AI is in your environment and is rewriting itself. Because you see, so your policy says, check this time. So, anyway, For my customers, I tell, like I said, we have integrity, right? Here we don't say everything, but there are some tools that they tell you they do this, do that, but they don't do it. Some firewall companies, for example, I won't mention names, they don't check everything. They check per time. And if you have a very smart AI, it comes in, it's okay. That time is not checking, boom, right? So the idea is the adaptation. So it's changing. It's changing. That's why one of the cybersecurity designs we do for our customers, we call it adaptive in-depth. Because if you do in-depth only, then the adaptive malware will escape. Because your cybersecurity needs to be adapting. Well, I don't have much time, so let me rush through it. Yeah? So, what attacks I imagine? AI-generated phishing. I talked about deepfake, synthetic ID. Today, if you go and you can even use ChatGPT to create the Kenyan government identity card. I go and open a bank account like me now. I'm in Nigeria. I can just create it and then I turn to a Kenyan. Synthetic fraud. And then I open a bank account and borrow money. They don't give us credit in Nigeria, but they give here. I just come here and borrow. We spend our money. You must have the cash, right? We have a business in the US. It trips me. These people say, Rex, we are better you. We can give the company $10 million. We don't borrow money because we're not used to it. But anyway, that's synthetic identity fraud. And then prompt injection. So, let's say an organization called Mandiant. They are now part of Google. Who knows Mandiant? Yeah. They are one of the heaviest cyber guys in the world. In fact, when the White House is under attack, these are the people that come. And I know Kevin Mandiant. Well, I've been in the industry a long time. I know Kevin Mandiant himself. So they did, and I was impressed that Ivory Coast got involved. Did something with Ivory Coast, sponsored by what you people call Muzungu, right? Oyibo people. For us, we call them Oyibo. It's not derogatory. It's not derogatory. It's just language. Right? Sponsored by these guys. But the Mandiant team, Mandiant is part of Google now. And of course, the Mandiant and FireEye, they were the ones that invented this sandboxing, this APT, zero-day detection. They are the fathers of it. But the company eventually split because the FireEye guy and Kevin could work together. So Trellix bought FireEye, the hardware part, and Google took these guys that do incident response and all these heavy security assessments and whatever. So they did something with the government of Ivory Coast, sponsored by some foreign people. With prompt injection, they convinced a bank AI chatbot to transfer money. You understand? Like they confused the chatbot. Now, when you talk about prompt injection, I think maybe I don't look at the slides so that I can go faster. Look at there's direct and indirect. The direct is where you really type instructions there, and you do things like what they call do anything. And you can tell the chatbot that, like some guy convinced ChatGPT to ignore his own rules and say, show me the original thing they told you to do. And ChatGPT showed what originally they told him to do as per a certain aspect. And he said, okay, ignore this and do this. This is direct prompt. You're chatting on your phone. This can happen. So if your organization is doing, the good thing is that in Africa today, a lot of banks say they have AI chatbot. It's not AI. It's not AI. It's just script. Stop. The true AI can be, like I said, a two-edged sword. And then, of course, there's the indirect, where people create websites, fake, and then because AI crawls, it will go and take it. And then the worst case is data poisoning. Data poisoning is because there are so many, let me see, you have the input, that's where the prompt and stuff is happening. You have the context, where the retrieval systems are. You have the model. And then, of course, you have the actions. That's when the AI responds. Data poisoning is where people put fake data, dangerous data, in the data you're using to train the model. Just one PDF file. and then the AI will start behaving different. You won't know. At some time, you see your AI bank AI start talking like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean, right? So, and also, the behavior can change. This is where the AI now starts breaking rules, send money or steal money, and so on and so forth. You know, so the important thing is that in the past, we were protecting infrastructure. Today, we are protecting identity. The future is to protect intelligence, and this is where AI is. And that's why you must have AI versus AI. Especially because if you look, AI is not new. By the way, you know, we studied electrical electronics engineering. AI has been around from the days of that lady, what's her name now? Lady, whatever. But from the Turing machine during the Second World War, this thing has been evolving. It has had downtimes, but now it's coming up. But last year, everything changed. The rate of growth of AI is now scaring industry experts. You can Google this thing I'm telling you now. The rate of growth, we are not able to measure anymore. It's growing so fast, we don't know how fast it's growing. And that's why we can't keep up. If you look at socks, for example, your sewer is not enough. If you're not having AI in your sock, you can't keep up. So today, we are advising people to have semi-autonomous socks that can do, AI can do remediation on its own and also do your analysis for you and bring out the importance, because the speed at which things are happening, you can't cope as a human being. Already we cannot cope with machine speed, so you can't cope with AI speed. It's impossible. So, two things you must take today: AI, governance, AI, number one. Number two, AI versus. Thank you. But before I go, I have a poll. Please scan the QR code. You have 2 questions. Give us your answer so that you can see what I'm telling you. Sorry, but your time is too short. AI in 15 minutes. Who does that? It's like doing magic.
Yeah? AI is great at summaries.
AI in 15 minutes. Like, we need to do a case study. How did Rex present AI in 15 minutes?
Thank you so much, Rex.
Yeah, so, but just give me a short time so we can show the poll results. Quickly now. Use AI, use AI. AI is fast.
Rex is an OG and a storyteller. So maybe I'll give it 60 seconds. I'll give it 60 seconds.
We don't need to. No, it's good to work on that. I don't know. Hold on. We will just send the result virtually. The organizers can get it to you. Thank you. Thank you
very much, Rex. Like, I'm sure you can regale us with many more stories if you had a fireside chat, but maybe it would make sense to then probably hang out much later and hear more of those stories. Like you said, AI is not new. It's been around for, right? I mean, and it's fantastic to see the progression of that. Talked about, of course, the integrity baseline and why AI governance now has to come to the fore. I've personally been tinkering with AI agent governance. You know, where you have these 5 or 6 AI agents that, you know, there's Grok, there's Cloud, there's whichever Gemini, and they kind of like have a discussion before putting out stuff. And it's pretty interesting, but it's also pretty scary, at the same time. And he alluded and said, we should not be surprised if people now start worshiping AI as godheads. We're already there. There are already 5 major kind of like religions that are looking at AI godheads in one form or another, which is pretty wild if you ask me. Before we get to our next panel, I'll give you another QR code to scan, and this is the DX5 cybersecurity report. Now that you're coming to a close of that particular session, maybe the team can put it up in terms of the cybersecurity report. Is it ready? If not, we'll queue that up for, there it is, the cybersecurity report. Your phones were out already as you're doing the poll from Rex. And I'll give that another 15 seconds. And as you finish pulling that, we now get into a panel session, and our moderator has experience in both the legal and regulatory affairs within the ICT sector, and she works at the intersection of law, policy, and communication regulation, currently serving as the legal officer of regulatory affairs at the Communications Authority of Kenya, where she supports the functions of legal and reg functions, contributing to ensure compliance with laws and policies in the communications sector. She'll be leading the discussion titled the CISO's Risk and Dilemma. Are we being set up to fail? Help me welcome Joanne Kiama.
Good afternoon, everyone. The joys of being in a panel past 12:30 is, everyone is paying attention, partly because they're hungry. So as we have this conversation, I'm pleased to welcome up on stage Mr. Grant Hughes, the Group CISO and Senior Partner of the Nascent Group, joined by Joshua Juna, Regional Infrastructure and Security Manager of Sparks Application International Limited. I'm sure most of you have seen and interacted with that platform. Also, we are joined by Seyum Demathieu, the Vice President, Information System Security of the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, and a popular stage, enthusiast, Aslam Ahmed. You've seen him before multiple times. You'll see him again multiple times. The Regional Sales Manager, East Africa, Group IB. A round of applause for our panel. I think we'll start. Okay, for the sake of the online group, we're happy to be inclusive. So before they do the introductions, how many CSOs are in the room? Just quick show of hands. Hamta Chapo, I promise. There are a couple of them. There's a quote I remember someone telling me some time back, and they were saying that CISOs are largely the only executives who are expected to prevent multi-billion-dollar disasters, but are negotiating for budget like a middle manager. Is this a sentiment that some can agree on? I see a couple of nods. Someone was saying their job description feels as if they're responsible for everything, control nothing, but need to explain to the board in 5 minutes. I hear mama, so that's true, right? Oh my goodness, okay. So we'll let them introduce themselves, then jump right in, and we can discuss some of the concerns you face and how we can address a few of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, CIO Africa, to inviting me for this event. It's a very wonderful event, and we take a lot from these 2 days sessions. So my name is Siyum Damtao. I am from Ethiopia, and I am from Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, just to give you a head up, is a bank which has been in financial sector for the past 80 years, and it has around 40 million customer base. And within 1 second alone, we have from 160 transactions per second, where we can have requests like 5,000 to 6,000 requests per second. You can see that how much it's big. So on a daily basis, we have like 11 million transactions, and the digital transaction coverage reaches like above 90%. And thank you very much.
Thank you, John, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Juna from Smart Applications. Just to give you a context of what Smart does, if you have a medical cover in this room, you most probably use our platform. We get to know what you're treated for. For the gents, if you have a child on your medical cover your wife is not aware of, my job is to protect that information so that it doesn't get to know. For the ladies, if there's a medical condition you're being treated for, you don't want your partner to know, I do protect that information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Hughes. I'm from South Africa. I represent a company called the Nascent Group, and I'm Group CISO. We are effectively a diversified business headquartered in South Africa, specializing in cybersecurity and commodities, and largely considered the leader in vulnerability management. So my perspective is quite unique in that I get to see lots of large organizations, and I can share insights from a broad perspective. Thank you.
Welcome again. This is Islam Ahmad from Group IB. Group IB is a major vendor for fighting cyber criminal across the world. We already partnered with Afripol, Interpol, Europol to just do incident response worldwide and to give our customers our intelligence from threat.
We'll discuss some of the challenges you face. There'll be a Q&A at the end. If there's something we've not touched on, please bring it up. So, Seyum, I'll start with you. What are some of the structural challenges that make cybersecurity leadership difficult?
Very nice question that is raised. The structural challenges are, one of the structural challenges is the alignment gap between a business risk with that of CISO objectives. So integration gap between a business objectives with that of cybersecurity. That's a big structural challenge, and the rest will be a subset of this big challenge, like human resource factors or human factors, where we might have a gap in awareness on our leadership. There is a big gap in talent. There is a skill gap in managing the critical resources, the critical security controls. These are the biggest areas where we found. Just to give you a head up or a perspective, last 1 year, there was an argument between the management about empowering cybersecurity so that cybersecurity becomes part of the business strategic risk or a business strategic goal. So one of the argument was with the president. The president was the wise man, and he considers NPL or credits. You know, in banking, there is the money is collected from the people, then that will be lent and will collect the interest. And the main focus area for the bank is NPL or credit, where the loans not to go for non-performing loans. But there was one incident where a technical glitch, that glitch just stays for 2 or 3 hours. You know how much we lost during that time, 1.8 billion. And that's a big money. But of course, that all money is returned back through our, the bank's incident response plan, because we have a good response management plans. But afterwards, the CEO and all the management, they understood that critical. It shifts from the normal technical or IT problem to the strategic business problem. So this is it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You've mentioned there are many gaps, and my next question will be to Joshua. How should organizations structure cybersecurity risk accountability?
Thank you, John. So I come from healthcare. Obviously, investment in technology is not as much as of a priority in healthcare compared to investment in medical equipment. So if you told a hospital administrator to choose between a firewall and an X-ray machine, where do you think they'll go? It's obvious. So definitely, because technology is not a priority, then cybersecurity is also not going to be much of a priority. The way it should be structured, I think it needs to begin with the regulator. So we have a framework that mandates businesses. Because remember, businesses are here to make a profit. So anything that does not motivate them to spend, they will avoid it. Yeah? So the best way we can structure it is to have regulation that demands for investment in cybersecurity. Number two, the way the financial services are doing it. In the financial services, there are some positions you must appoint because the regulator has demanded for that. So if we can have the same in healthcare, manufacturing, all these other industries, so it starts becoming a governance sort of conversation rather than leaving it to the private players who will choose whether to spend or not to spend. Because once cybersecurity becomes a board level conversation, it's easy to trickle down, it's easy to get funding, and we won't have the showdowns between CFO and CIO like we saw yesterday. All that we will have sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You've mentioned those are given enough authority to succeed.
It really is a it depends kind of answer. So programs at 4 large organizations. Now at 2 of those, the answer was no. There was no appetite to spend, and then I've led the cyber program at another 2 organizations, and there the answer would be fair and square, yes, even the one where I am now. And the characteristics that will be a red flag. Firstly, who does the role report into? If you see the CISO reports into the head of IT or senior manager or infrastructure, you already know it's a smoke and mirrors. If you see the CISO reports into a CIO, CIF, and they've got board access, that already signals that there's a level of seriousness. The other telltale is, does the entire cyber budget come out of the IT budget? That in itself will also lead to conflict of interest down the line, because now we're talking functionality, uptime versus security. And another telltale that I found is, does the CISO have direct access to the board? Is there steering committees where the CISO can go in, have a conversation directly to the board? If that's not there, you will always have a situation of filtered messaging, where you need to relay and things will never get to the top. It's the broken telephone scenario. And then the last telltale for me is, are there formalized governance structures? Is there a risk steering committee? Is there a cybersecurity risk and audit committee? Because without those structures, you find that your CISO will be somewhere down the org chart, really struggling to effect change, and as a result, will not have the right authority.
Now that you've mentioned the board, and given yesterday's debates, I will throw this question to Aslam. How can CISOs translate cybersecurity leaders?
Yeah, this is a very tricky one, because everyone could see things from different perspective, from his own perspective. So once CISO has a risk, actually he will went to the IT. What about the availability, about the service itself? And right now I am under incident. Engage some sort of incident response team to just engage for these incidents. Once he wants to engage it, he goes to the CFO. CFO, okay, I have to spend money. Is it required right now? For the C-level, for the CEO, what about what's going on in the market? What is going on for the incidents? So if I didn't give them the right statement for everyone to understand from his own perspective, it will never work. It will be an endless loop. So for example, I'm entity under a malware attack or ransomware attack. If I'm going to the CFO, okay, I'm under attack, okay, what else? So I have to tell them, okay, this attack impacts us on this organization for service interruption for 2 weeks. If we didn't do this proper action right now, it will impact us in this type X million of money. So we have to translate into from their perspective to be on the same ground. Same thing should be with risk. It's the CISO should always do it from risk perspective. For example, we are doing a lot of stuff with worldwide with our customers regarding this specifically communication. My recommendation always to our customer, if you have any sort of a challenge doing this translation to your board, we can do some sort of exercise. It's called activity called tabletop exercise or cyber drill, but it's off table. We can give them a simulation of attack. It's just a game. Get your all board members on the room, one room. Once they are there, give them a simulation. Okay, if we have this sort of attack, how it goes? If we are going to publish over social media, is the marketing team going to do it and publish everything is going on? What the IT team will do? What is the head of risk will do? What is the CFO will do? Be formalized into known process and procedures during this sort of type of attacks. Once you actually doing this, you will show them how much risk is there, how much gaps from the process itself, from being there, translate to every one of the team. So if we don't have this to do that, you have to do this. However, if the process is there, every single document is already know who is responsible for.
Okay, so communicate effectively and tailor make it to the target audience, right? Right? Yes, okay. So back to you, Joshua. What does effective cyber governance look like?
I think it goes back to what we said, the governance structure, that's number one. Because if you're not empowered as the person charged with cybersecurity, you're like someone who's trying to run a race with your hands tied behind. So let's begin with when the strategy of the organization is being set. Are you in the room? Or you're being told, this is the strategy for the next 5 years, see how you can plug in, okay? It begins with being called to the table. Number two, it also calls for collaboration between the people who are defending versus the people who are protecting the money that we seem like we are spending and we want a bottomless pit of money. The moment you're able to answer the question, what is in it for me, for the CFO, then it becomes much easier to get buy-in. The moment you're able to answer the question, what is in it for me, for the chief marketing officer, and let them be easier conversation. The moment you're able to have the customer demand for that. Because what motivates a business to spend? The fear of the wrath of the regulator or the fear of the wrath of the customer. So, align with the regulator, they become your friend so that the wrath of the regulator works in your favor, or the customer, so that the wrath of the customer works in your favor. Because the people who are making decisions, the CFOs will listen more to the customer, at least in our industry. I don't know about the other industries. A demand from a customer will be listened, yet you're making the same statement. I mentioned the prophets from another land are usually believed more than the prophets in land. So bring those prophets from another land. Let them preach the same message you're preaching. Chances are high you'll get buy-in. Then it's also collaboration. These people have their own KPIs. Cybersecurity is not even a priority for them. However, they get to benefit from cybersecurity initiatives. You want the CMO and all those C people being your ambassadors, because there you don't have to do a lot of work. Scare tactics, gentlemen and ladies, will not work. I've tried it, it has backfired. But if you're able to that all this we are doing is for the good of the customer, is to align with the regulator, it's not going to be easy, that I can guarantee you, but over time, you'll be able at least to win them over. And as they say, the more pressure you apply, the softer the ground becomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So be part of the conversation and make them your ambassadors. You mentioned that for some people, cybersecurity is not a priority for them, and I'll throw this to Grant. What's the governance structures needed to improve cyber resilience? What are some of the governance structures needed?
Context of improving cyber resilience, a few things come to mind for me. So first and foremost, you need to establish a board risk committee. There needs to be a forum where the board directly engages senior cyber leadership, and they understand firsthand what are the issues facing the organizations, what is the risk, what's the consequences, what are the options, and what are the recommendations. The governance structure needs to be positioned in such a way where only the board can accept risks. Now board members are very reluctant to accept risks, so once you build that structure, you're more better positioned to actually get some traction from it. The second committee that's quite important is a executive risk committee. Now this is a committee where there will be senior leadership from a cyber perspective, but there will always also be business leaders, there will be legal and compliance, there will be procurement. Now, this is quite powerful because what you find is the business might be planning an initiative that on the surface does not look like it has cyber implications. We could be in South Africa planning to expand into Kenya, and there might be laws we need to consider as to start, and it brought us into scope from a PCI compliance perspective. So having allows cyber to be aligned to the business objectives. Then the other thing that's also quite important is integrating cyber risk management into the enterprise risk management framework. We sometimes see that cyber leaders build a cyber risk management framework that is different, and when I say that I've got a very high risk, it actually has a different meaning than when the business says there's a very high risk. So you kind of want to unify that language, and you want to place cyber risk fair and square in the enterprise risk management framework. And then I think the final one that comes to mind for me is really incident response governance. Because when you think about the resilience adopts the mindset that we accept that it doesn't matter what we do, we can still suffer a cyber continue business. Now from that perspective, incident response governance becomes quite important. Do we have members when we notify regulators? Do we have a PR team in place to handle media communications? And that's quite key. And I think, you know, it's a clear sign of maturity in the organization, because it means the board has now moved from the space of, I've given you so much money, can you guarantee we won't get attacked? To, I've invested in cyber, if something happens, can you guarantee that we can detect it quickly and we can recover? And I think once your board starts asking that questions, it's a very good sign of maturity in the organization.
Okay. Knowing that we have top-level management and CEOs in the room, I think this is the part they should start taking CISOs more effectively. Please take notes.
Okay, it's a very nice question. You see, anyways, in a bank, where I came from the bank, and the bank mobile banking channel, and 90% of the transaction is through that channel, which means it's open for attack. So we have to show to the board that if 1 hour downtime for mobile banking due to availability, integrity, availability, the business will be impacted, like in millions of birds. The unavailability of this critical infrastructure or critical service. So we have to show to the board to understand it. So it's a mutual and it's a responsibility of the CISO and the cybersecurity team to show that by doing a business impact analysis on critical systems. Then from the board, what we expect is an initiative approval, a budget approval, the right team, the right structure, the right people, and the right process. Sometimes the governance, like the policy, procedures, guidelines. For example, we are working with HR, and the HR will recruit interns. Those interns should sign a policy showing that they understood the cybersecurity policy before. Otherwise, they will share their account so that maybe there is a business procedure which says to protect fraud, maker checker, so that the transaction that is made by one person should be checked by another so that we can avoid fraud. Otherwise, if they didn't understand, there will be account takeover. And when we catch them red-handed, they will say, no, I didn't know about the cybersecurity. So there should be an understanding, a sponsorship of the management so that they understood the initiatives of cybersecurity to support the business, to empower the business, to bring value for the business. So these all are the areas where board can support cybersecurity.
I know the CEOs are taking notes. In the spirit of support for business continuity and understanding one another, Aslam, how can organizations balance business innovation and speed with strong cybersecurity risk management?
I believe security always comes with innovation. And I do believe that the need generates the innovation. However, the risk, to understand the risk, once I do understand the risk, it will generate the security. So we have to close this loop. Once there is innovation inside any company or any enterprise, it should come the security alongside it. Not, I will launch my application, then I will secure it. No, it will never go this. Coming back to COVID days, during COVID, every single technology related to giving the people to remote access to their offices from home, correct? So during these days, we have saw that the digital innovation become faster 4 times. How it comes? Once after COVID, we used to do QR code, correct? I am challenging all of you. Do we have anything in our phones that give you information about if this is a malicious URL that you are scanning or not? I'm challenging all of you. So what about the security here? The innovation, yes, we need it. But what about security? That's why the social engineering right from any enterprise is just like that. He will just follow you to a special spot in a restaurant or a cafe with our friends, correct? So once we are there, he will just walk with me, know that this is my favorite table. He will stick a new QR code. This is a special day. Try our new menu. Welcome. So nowadays, for the innovation, it comes with security. It should come with security. So it will never happen, even for the banking. If we are doing a service, publishing service, new service like new application, whatever service is it, we have to consider, is it critical for the bank? Yes. So I have to know what is risky behind to consider that. And we have to believe that there is nothing called 100% secured. We always do exceed the limit. We always increase the limit to any attacker or any fraudster or anyone who could harm our enterprise. So security, it should always be combined with innovation every time along. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the closing remarks, we have a minute left. Are there any burning questions from the team? Anyone who'd like to? Any burning question from the crowd? There's one on that side.
Hi. My question will go to late last year. There was a huge breach to MTBA. So how was that contained, and maybe how? You don't hear me? I'm saying late last year there was a huge breach on MTBA, and massive data was exposed on health system. So how was that incident contained, and how will we move from that?
Okay. Full disclosure, I don't work for MTBA. I work for Smart Applications. MTBA is my competitor. We're in the same industry. The same service you provide, MTBA provides. This is what I want to say. What happened to MTBA can easily happen to us, can easily happen to anyone. That we are very clear about. How was it contained? Most probably the team in MTBA have the full answers to that. But this is what we are doing as a SMART to learn from that. So that then, in the event that incident happens, the damage is reduced. I cannot come here and claim that incident will never happen to SMART. But the efforts we are putting in place is so that in the event it happens, the damage is reduced. Most probably, if it happens, they'll only get the invoice. Yeah? So yes, a breach has happened to SMART, but all they have is information that cannot identify you, but does not have financial value to them. So that's what we're trying as SMART, to make sure that we reduce the damage. Because it will happen. One day, one time, it will happen. None of us can guarantee an incident will not happen. What we can guarantee you is resilience when the incident, and that's what we are trying to preach. Because if we go here and tell the people who make decisions that we can guarantee an incident will not happen, we are liars and thieves. Because we cannot guarantee that. What is in our control is to guarantee the harm an incident can do. Thank you.
Okay, as part of your closing remarks and parting shots, if you could change one thing about company structure, cybersecurity leadership, what would it be?
Okay, thank you very much. Accountability with authority. The right accountability with the right authority should be given to the CISOs. That's the word that I have. Yeah.
Accountability.
Yes, accountability with the right authority.
Okay,
not
with the
only
right authority.
Accountability, but with authority.
Yes.
Authority to decide on budgets, authority to decide on HR, authority to decide on initiatives, authority to...
Accountability with authority.
Yes.
Okay, I want to put my parting shot in a different approach. I don't know who said this saying, but it runs a lot in my mind. Before you can ask what the government can do for you, tell us what you can do for the government. Now let's replace government with board. Let's replace government with CFO. Let's replace government with CMO. Before we can ask the organizations what they can do for us, what can we as CISOs do for organizations? And this is the perspective. Not every time should be for spending. There are controls you can implement without spending and show value. All of us represent certain organizations. How many of you have bothered to check the controls your suppliers have put in place? I am a supplier. Please help me make my job easy by demanding for certain things. because the people who make decisions will for demands, because the people making decisions will only listen to those customers before they listen to you. Demands. The people who build these platforms have no motivation to prioritize security. So it goes back to us, as practitioners, as users of technology. Have we made demands from the people who give us these solutions? Have we, as consumers, because we sit in the companies that consume our products, have you easy by doing just that? And it will help us elevate our value proposition to the organizations that we work with. Thank you.
From my side, I often encounter this conversation around the CISO doesn't have a seat at the table, right? And I want to flip the question, because if CISOs are still speaking MF, deserve a seat at the board table. If CISOs have evolved, cyber can be tied back to that business language. And I want to say that from a cyber leadership perspective, if we haven't already, we must absolutely make it our mission to start evolving to a point where we really focus on business optimization, speaking the language of the business. And whenever we have the opportunity, there's a key rule that I apply when you speak to the board: be bold, be brief, and be gone. Thank you.
And once you are under attack, so once you're voided there, once it's a
Hey everyone, I'm not Mugwa, but I'm ushering in the next speaker. That would be Wamaitha Mwangi, the CISO of Wamaitha is CISO at HEVA, Africa's pioneering investment facility. Just go up the stage. For the creative industries. African and Indian Ocean countries. Property and payment with regulators, donors, and national such structures to enable resilient, inclusive digital growth. We haven't heard from the creative industry much in our event, so this should be an interesting, fresh take on cybersecurity. Welcome, Wamaitha.
This is audible enough? Oh, let me stop shouting. Okay. Good afternoon, my colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. And the answer is in form of you standing up. You've heard them from the creative industry, so this will be a very fun and how many of us here have risk registers? If you do have one, just stand. Just stand. Risk registers. For the rest who are seated, how do you map your risks? Okay, so for the ones who are standing, how confident are you that your risk register covers everything? If you're confident enough, remain standing. I figured as much. Yes, I figured as much. You see, the thing about risk registers, they're built upon risks that we already see, okay? So for example, CCTV in such a room or in a server room. Today, I'm going to share with you I'm certain of it. You haven't yet put it in your risk register. Yes. I'm using this because I need direction. I may end up talking about the lights. Okay. So these three categories of risks, I found them in a very unlikely place. The activities we have here. Yes, hello, Carol. Videographers, Yora? Yes, great. Most of them, we interact with them via social media, isn't it? Most of them are our friends. Some are even family. Wouldn't you want to protect your own family? Right? So, and you might be sitting there wondering, why on earth would I be bothered to listen to how I should be concerned about Gengetone? About Sauti Sol, why should I be concerned? For non-Kenyans, I'll use a lot of our Kenyan artists. If you're sitting next to a Kenyan, they'll explain to you what Gengetone is and who Sauti Sol is. So, you see, the African creative economy is poised to reach around $200 billion by the year 2030. Such a big economy, right? And in Kenya, we contribute around 5% to the GDP. And it's also poised to rise between 6.5% to 7.5% by the year 2030. Okay? But you see, the creative economy operates in a very distinct model. They have challenges. One, limited resources, despite contributing 5% to the GDP. And when I mean about limited resources, think about a TikToker. My favorite TikToker right now is Romantize. Who has ever heard of her? Romantize on TikTok. She's Kenyan. Which TikTokers do we follow? Kenyan or Europeans? Support African, support Kenyans, okay? So for someone like Romantize, if she doesn't have a good ring light, if she doesn't have a quality camera, how will her views be compared to her European counterpart, okay? Another way that creative PC telling there are not much laws on how creatives should operate under live attack. If you're a creative or an influencer, won't your business end the next day? Right? Won't your business end? Remember the case we had. I'll use a lot of examples. The IP as the crown jewel, dependent.